Is IT ready? Okay. Tick tock, 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 tick tock. Did you say a couple of seconds or a second? Or are you going back for seconds? Ready? All right. Oh. Ready? Okay. We are in the open session to hear public comments before closed session. May we have a roll call?
Yes. Councilmember Bonner will be absent the entire meeting. Councilmember Brown.
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Presente.
Councilmember Robinson.
Here.
Councilmember Wilson.
Here.
Vice Mayor Cepeda.
Here.
And Mayor Martinez.
Here.
During closed session, the council will discuss the following items: public employee performance evaluation, title city clerk, and title city attorney. Item C2, liability claim, claimant Eugene Tracy Mullenberg. Item C3, conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives Sharon Taylor, Jack Hughes, and Lisa Charbonnet, employee organizations, SCIU Local 1021, full-time and part-time unit, IAPTE Local 21, mid-level management and executive management unit, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. Item C4, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation. There is one case. We have one request to address the council. Cordell Henler, you'll have 2 minutes.
Okay, so good afternoon, Mayor Martinez, Council. I'm going to flip the order around. So for the unions, think about all the contributions that they have done for this city. They put in a lot of time and effort to making our city of Richmond great. So when you go back there, think about what they have done for the city. And now, for the city clerk, she has done a terrific job. She will make sure that all the agendas and the materials are presented to the council in front of you the day before. And I'm like, and I'm impressed. And as far as the city attorney, he will make sure, he will keep everyone on your toes to making sure that you're following protocols. And so when you go back in there, think of all the contributions that they have put into, and that's that.
Thank you. Public hearing is closed. And now we will retire to closed session.
Every year.
1267. 1267. Testing, testing. 12T. 1267. 1267. Testing, testing. 12T. 1267. 1267.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. Can you hear me? If you can hear me, I can't hear you. Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. Oh, I hear myself now.
Regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, roll call.
Oh my God, I lost it.
Looks like I'm stuck. Councilmember Bonner?
Here.
Councilmember Brown?
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Presente.
Councilmember Robinson?
Here.
Councilmember Wilson?
Here.
Vice Mayor Cepeda?
Here.
And Mayor Martinez.
Here.
Our next item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Our next item is agenda review.
Appears there are no changes.
Very good. Our next item is a report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
Yes, thank you. On the positions of city clerk and city attorney, evaluations were conducted, no reportable action was taken. With regards to the liability claim, C2, Tracy Mullenbend, that item was discussed. Direction was given to the city's negotiator for settlement negotiations. Concerning the labor negotiations, there was discussion. There was no reportable action taken. With regards to C4, which is exposure to litigation in one case, we discussed that matter. No reportable action was taken. That concludes the closed session report.
Our next item is a report from the city manager.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and members of the Richmond community. Shasa Kroll, Richmond City Manager. As a reminder, all of these items can be found in the weekly report or by calling the City Manager's office at 510-620-6512. KCRT, can you please put up the slide deck and go to slide 2? Today, we'll briefly recap Earth Day, Community Budget Meeting, Park RX Day, and Cinco de Mayo. Next slide. I would like to thank everyone that celebrated Earth Day at Unity Park, along with the City of Richmond staff, Richmond Rising, Fierce Advocates, the Watershed Project, Moving Forward, Rich City, and Urban Tilth. We're all out volunteering and engaging in various activities, including a color dye station, a pedal power smoothie bike, and a lively closet swap that promoted upcycling fashions. Families also loved the horseback riding and lively music that kept the energy high throughout the day. There was also a compost and mulch giveaway and native plants provided by the Urban Forest Advisory Committee. Thank you again for everyone involved. I know that it was a lot of work and appreciate all the work that went into planning and having a great day for Earth Day. And in addition, next slide, at Shields Reed, City of Richmond, North Richmond, Green, Contra Costa County, Community Housing Development Corporation, the Mobile Tool Lending Library, Recycle More, the Watershed Project Urban Tilth, as well as Verde K-8 school. Also celebrated Earth Day and hosted a great event. The festivities kicked off with a community-powered cleanup at Wildcat Creek, hosted by Urban Tilth, and volunteers helped restore and beautify one of Richmond's beloved natural spaces. The park came alive with live music, tasty food, a petting zoo, a family-friendly arts, crafts, and activities for all ages. A huge thanks to all who participated and showed up to make this Earth Day one to remember. Together, we'll be building a cleaner, greener Richmond. Next slide. Upcoming, we have another community budget meeting that will take place tomorrow here at 5:30 in the council chambers. There's been a couple of community meetings thus far. If you'd like to provide input, you can email budget_helpdesk@ci.richmond.ca.us or call the Finance Department at 510-620-6591. Next slide. Also coming up on Saturday, April 26th, a reminder that there's Richmond RX Day in partnership with the City of Richmond Recreation Department, California Department of Public Health, Kaiser, and Neighbor to Neighbor. Enjoy a free picnic lunch, play family-friendly games, meet local healthcare pros, and explore helpful community resources and get involved with free fitness classes, all in the fresh outdoors. It's a celebration of health, nature, and wellness for all ages. If you'd like to join up and have a resource, sign up for an activity or host a resource table, please call 510-620-6793. Next slide. And Richmond is preparing for the 20th Annual Cinco de Mayo Festival that is happening on Sunday, May 4th. Get ready for a full day of food, live music, and entertainment for the whole family can enjoy right on 23rd Street. This is one of Richmond's biggest and most beloved celebrations, and you don't want to miss it. Vendors will be able to showcase their business at one of the city's most vibrant cultural events. Spots available and go fast today. You can call 510-233-1866 or visit www.23rdstreetmerchants.com/vendor-form for more information. Thank you.
Our next item under accommodations, presentations, and proclamations, item M1, is a proclamation honoring Jean Carney for 41 years of dedicated service and being the longest-serving employee of the City of Richmond, and an extraordinary milestone that reflects her loyalty, integrity, and love for the City of Richmond and its people. We have one speaker under this item. Anyone that would like to address the council on this item that's joining us online, please raise your hand at this time.
Buenas tardes. All right. Miss Jean, would you please join us? Take center stage. Much love, my colleagues are here. All right, we're going to start off with this proclamation, but this just shows the heart that Ms. Jean Carney has given to the City of Richmond. And while the proclamation says 41 years, it's actually 42. But who's counting, right? So we're going to correct it there, but time goes by so fast, probably from the time we started this to the time she shows up here. But all that to say how much more grateful we are for your services. So I'll pass it over to my colleagues to start reading, and then we'll do the proclamation. Sorry.
Proclamation honoring Jean Carney for 41 years of dedicated service and the longest serving employee of the City of Richmond. Whereas Jean Carney began her remarkable career with the City of Richmond on March 14, 1983, joining the Richmond Police Department as a police assistant assigned to the Police Records Unit. And
whereas throughout her 42 years of dedicated service, Jean Carney has brought her commitment, professionalism, and compassion to numerous divisions within Richmond Police Department, including the Records Unit, Patrol Bureau, Traffic Unit, Investigations Unit, and currently serving as the department's subpoena clerk. And
whereas Jean Carney's contributions have extended beyond her assigned duties, as she has volunteered countless hours to community service initiatives, including the Police and Fire Food and Toy Drive, and the Richmond Police Department's Youth Drug Education DARE program, earning her several condemnations and the deep gratitude of the community. And
whereas Jean Carney has demonstrated unwavering dedication to the mission of the Richmond Police Department, providing outstanding support to officers, staff, and residents alike, and has served as a role model of public service, professionalism, excellence, and
Whereas Jean Carney's work ethic, knowledge, and warm spirit have left an indelible mark not only on the department but on the entire Richmond community, making her a trusted colleague, mentor, and friend to many. And
whereas Jean Carney stands today as the longest-serving employee of the City of Richmond, an extraordinary milestone that reflects her loyalty, integrity, and the love for the city and its people.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Eduardo Martinez, Mayor of the City of Richmond, along with the City Council, on behalf of a grateful community, do hereby recognize and commend Jean Carney for her 42 years of exemplary service to the City of Richmond and extend to her our most profound appreciation and best wishes for the future and love for humanity. Thank you. So, if anyone would like to take a photograph of this beautiful woman showing her proclamation.
would you like to say a couple words?
Yeah, I would just like to say, first of all, Thanksgiving to my God for giving me this opportunity and for allowing me for good health, strength to come to work every day. And I want to thank my family, my daughter, my 2 great grandbabies for attending. I don't see my brother here, but I want to thank my captain, Eric Smith, and my Chief Lisa French. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you so much.
All right, so now it's time for photographs, and then we'll have to move on to the next proclamation because we have 10-minute limits on these. Anyone want to take photographs? Click, click.
I think that's
Okay. Thank you very much. And thank you. It's a real honor.
We have one speaker for this item. Cordell Handler.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
two.
Okay. I was waiting for the, okay. So good evening, Mayor Martinez, Council. Ms. Jean, you have outdone yourself. 42 years of dedicated service. Wow. That is amazing. And I'm like, see, this is what I'm talking about. A true person. 42 years of dedicated service to Richmond. That is incredible. Most people, once they hit past that milestone, they just like keep on moving. So I'm like, I'm proud of you, Ms. Jean. So keep on keeping on.
Our next item is item M2, and that is a proclamation recognizing April 2025 as American Muslim Appreciation and Awareness Month. We have one speaker for this
do we
item.
have someone accepting this? Fantastic. Please come up. Okay. All right. Thank you both for showing up. This is a very important month for American Muslims and for people all around the world, because we need to show love and appreciation for all faiths, whatever country they're from. So I will begin. Whereas, enriched by the unparalleled diversity of its residents, the City of Richmond takes great pride in supporting individual religious freedom and is strengthened by the many varied religious, political, and cultural traditions and contributions of its diverse populations, including those that practice Islam. And whereas the history of Islam in this country dates to before its founding, originating with enslaved Africans who brought their Muslim beliefs with them to the Americas, and who later contributed in numerous ways to the founding of this nation. And there are today millions of American Muslims, both immigrant and native born, of various backgrounds and beliefs. Approximately 1 million American Muslims currently reside in California, the highest number of any state in the United States. And
whereas over 30,000 Muslims live in Contra Costa County and make innumerable contributions to the cultural, political, and economic fabric and well-being of California and the United States. And whereas in 2024, the Council on American Islamic Relations received 8,658 complaints nationwide, the highest number in the 30-year history, reflecting a 7.4% increase from 2023. And
whereas the City of Richmond's mosques have played a pivotal role in supporting members of the Muslim community and others in this city, and whereas, I don't want to mispronounce the name. Yes, founded in 1995, which hosts weekly congressional prayers for over 300 attendees and conduct food bank distribution twice a week for the Richmond community, regardless of faith. And whereas
Name Mazi. Okay. Whereas
yeah, Masjid al-Rahman, Masjid al-Nur, sorry, it means al-Nur Mosque.
okay, offers a range of services, including the 5 daily prayers, Jumu'ah. Is that right? I'm butchering it. So sorry.
Sorry. Jumu'ah, Jum'ah prayers, sorry, Jum'ah prayers, Friday prayers.
Jumu'ah prayers, okay. So sorry. Providing a space for worship, spiritual connection, and programs designed to support individuals in deepening their knowledge and understanding of Islamic teachings. And
Whereas the Muslim Mission Center works to foster a better understanding of Islam locally through education and outreach programs, offering a variety of services for their congregants, such as Islamic school, family counseling, funeral services, and more. And
Whereas the City Council acknowledges the importance of local government in advocating for peace and justice, understanding that the Muslims everywhere deserve to live in peace and safety, and go ahead.
whereas it is appropriate to acknowledge and promote awareness of the myriads of invaluable contributions of American Muslims in California and across the country, and extend to them the respect and camaraderie every American deserves.
now, therefore, I, Eduardo Martinez, Mayor of Richmond, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby recognize the California State designation of April 2025 as American Muslim Appreciation and Awareness Month to acknowledge the rich history, contributions, and guiding virtues of Muslims, and to commend all Muslim communities in California for the lasting positive impact they have made toward the advancement of our city and our country. Thank you so much. Do you have some words?
We are so proud to be Muslims in the city of Richmond. Look at this. Where do you get this type of proclamation whereby, the mayor and all the members stand up and recognize you. It is just amazing, amazing, amazing. We do not have enough words to describe the appreciation that, we are showing. This is absolutely really, really good, and we appreciate this. This has made, our being in the city of Richmond so thankful. We chose this city, we've loved this city all along, and now it is really, really confirmed that this is the best place for us to be. And for the mayor and all the members over here standing up, appreciating and recognizing, and actually, they know more history about Islam in the state of California and the U.S. than probably most of us do. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much for all the effort that you've done. And please, please give us the chance and opportunity to show our respect and appreciation of what you guys are doing. This is just amazing. This proclamation will live in history forever, in our books. Thank you.
As we all know, love is reciprocal. We love people, they love us back because we show respect, care, humility, and honor. With all these qualities, we bind together in a way that cannot be rended asunder. So thank you for being part of this community. Thank you for making me proud.
Oh, that's understandable.
So I wish we could stay up here forever, but there's business to take care of. Thank you so much.
We have one in-person speaker, and if there's anyone online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. Our in-person speaker is Mark Wasberg. You already know what's going on.
You forgot to mention Muslims hate gays and homosexuals and transgenders. They kill them. They was throwing them off buildings in the Middle East. They was burning them in ovens. When they attacked Israel, they cut out the babies and put them in ovens and burned them. They was attacking Jewish students on colleges, refused to let them go anywhere. That's like what the Nazis was doing. There was rioting on college campuses. This is why Trump's revoking their visas. They try to implement Sharia law in Texas. Now that's pretty stupid. And the city council turned it down. And it's hard to believe that this city council and this mayor can sit there and praise these people while they're trying to destroy the world. They're trying to stop all the shipping going to other countries, and Trump has to blow the hell out of the Houthis. And he told Iran, if you don't come to the table, I will blow you off the face of the earth. What about Caesar? You stood right with these people, and you know what they do to you and your kind. You know that? You're stupid. It was all over on the news. They showed them throwing them off buildings. They attacked Israel in the name of Allah. Over 1,300 was burned alive, killed in cold blood. They went to Europe. They're creating havoc in Europe. All it is rioting everywhere in England and everywhere else. I mean, you people are really dumb. You need to do your homework. Try to implement Sharia law in Texas. They didn't even stand up to salute our flag. And you're going to tell me that they're Americans? You're full of crap.
That was our last speaker for that item. Our next item is item M3, a proclamation to recognize and honor Mansour Taid and Shahrzad Husandi co-founders of Central Stage as outstanding Iranian American artists and Central Stage Theater for its vital grassroots role in preserving and celebrating Iranian American culture.
I would like to invite, please, Shahzad Khorsandi, Mansour Taid, and Central Stage recipient to come here. It is an honor to honor you. I have to tell you all, I was in Sacramento yesterday and today lobbying for MENA Inclusion Act. That's Middle Eastern, North African. We are not recognized as a minority in California. As a result, we do not receive any resources. Central Stage has been on its own volunteer work without a penny of the budget from a state, city, federal government, anything. And they have been doing this work for decades. By the way, they have taught my children Persian dance, plays, Nowruz programs, and a lot more. Lots of celebration, lots of memories. I'm really proud of many Middle Eastern, North African communities, including my fellow Iranians. So let's get it started. Oh, sorry.
Whereas May is recognized as Asian American and Pacific Islander AAPI Heritage Month, a time to honor the history, contributions, and cultural heritage of the AAPI community. And
Whereas Mansour Taid is an esteemed theater artist, educator, and community leader who has shaped the Iranian American cultural landscape in the Bay Area for over 4 decades. And
whereas Mr. Taid was pursuing a PhD in physics at the University of California, Berkeley, but courageously left his academic path to follow his passion for the arts and the storytelling. And whereas he co-founded the Darbak Theater Group in the 1980s, producing powerful experimental and socially relevant work that reflected the experience of Iranians at home and in the diaspora. And
Whereas he later established the Adeline Stage and co-founded Central Stage in Richmond, which became a vital performance space for Iranian and international artists. And
whereas Mr. Taid has volunteered his time for decades directing children's plays at the annual Nowruz celebrations of the Nima Farsi Language School, reflecting his commitment to nurturing cultural pride and creativity in the next generation. And
Whereas, through vision, dedication, and personal sacrifice, Mr. Taid has created opportunities for storytelling, civic engagement, and cultural connections, sustaining the arts even without local government support. Therefore, I, the mayor,
She, the mayor. We, the mayor. And I personally, Eduardo Martinez, and the Richmond City Council do hereby formally recognize Mansour Taid for his outstanding legacy as a cultural builder and for his invaluable contributions to Iranian American theater and community expression. Thank you so much. You have some words.
Well, thank you for this recognition. I have to say, just like the other gentleman, we really appreciate Richmond community to give us this opportunity to be here. As Central Stage, we have been here with Shahzad and all our other friends who are here since 2007. So pretty long time. And I just want to say it's not one person. I mean, you heard my name over again. It's actually, it takes a whole community to put such a vibrant art culture. And everybody has helped to do this. I was one person to try to coordinate it probably at the beginning. But Central Stage is now a nonprofit organization, and We appreciate you if you come. It's on Central Avenue, very near Costco. And you can come. We have all kinds of different plays, music, dance, theater. So please come and enjoy the shows over there. Thanks.
Honoring Shahrzad Khorsandi for the preservation and advancement of Iranian dance and culture. Whereas May is recognized as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, a time to honor the history, contribution, and cultural heritage of the AAPI community. And whereas Shahrzad Khorsandi is a master artist, educator, and author who has pioneered the formalization and instruction of Iranian Persian dance in the United States, and
Whereas Miss Sandy is the first artist to publish a book in English on Persian dance, The Art of Persian Dance, which presents a structured approach to this traditional art form using established principles of Western dance pedagogy, thereby creating a foundation for academic and artistic recognition of Persian dance and supporting efforts to teach, promote, and preserve Iranian culture. And
Whereas Ms. Khorsandi is a professional dance instructor who teaches at California colleges, has established the Sharjah Dance Academy, and has trained many Bay Area residents, as well as dance communities across the globe, of diverse ethnic backgrounds in Persian dance, using the art form to promote peace, cultural understanding, and connection, and
Whereas she has served for many years as a beloved dance instructor in the Iranian American children at the Nima Farsi Language School, nurturing cultural identity and confidence through movement and performance. And
Whereas she has dedicated decades of service to the community through dance education in academic institutions and libraries, public performances, and the creation of a teacher training program to support the next generation of Iranian dance instructors. And
Whereas Ms. Khorsandi co-founded Central Stage, an inclusive, community-driven performance venue in Richmond, providing a home for Iranian Americans' art and cross-cultural dialogue. And whereas her visionary leadership and passion for cultural preservation have inspired students and audiences across generations and geographies, now therefore,
Therefore, be it resolved that I, Mayor Eduardo Martinez, and the Richmond City Council do hereby formally recognize Shahrzad Khorsandi for her exceptional contributions to cultural preservation, education, and the artistic life of the Iranian American and the broader AAPI community. Once again, thank you so much for your service to the city.
Thank you so much, Mayor Martinez and the Richmond City Council. It is truly an honor to receive this recognition. I just want to say a little something about the wonderful diversity that we have here in Richmond, and for the most part, acceptance and non-judgment. I was born and raised in Iran and moved straight from Tehran to the border of Richmond and El Cerrito back in 1980. My family's move was very sudden, as a lot of Iranian Americans will attest and relate to this. We fled the political revolution and came here only as a temporary refuge and expecting to go back home. Well, 45 years later, we never went back home. So during all these years, navigating the two cultures is always a challenge. So growing up here, we feel like we have to choose, am I American, am I Iranian? And it took practicing Iranian dance and participating in the cultural ceremonies and celebrations while adapting to our wonderful multicultural community here to realize that I don't have to choose. I'm not just Iranian and I'm not just American. I have a new identity. I'm Iranian American. And it took a long time to figure that out. Thank you. And I just want to say it's been deeply grounding to know that I belong here to the Richmond community and to the Iranian community. Both are a part of me and both are home.
So Shahrzad and Mansour together co-founded Central Stage, and this is about honoring Central Stage. You want to start?
Yes, honoring Central Stage. Whereas Central Stage was founded in Richmond in 2007 by artists Ms. Khorsandi and Mr. Taheed as a performance and rehearsal space for Iranian American artists of all ages. And
Whereas Central Stage became a 501c3 nonprofit organization in 2017, saving the venue throughout community fundraising and transforming it into a lasting cultural institution. And
Whereas Central Stage has since hosted over 55 shows annually, collaborated with more than 25 organizations, and welcomed artists ranging from master musicians like Kayhan Kalhor and Hossein Alizadeh to exiled performers such as Mohsen Namju and Ali Azimi, as well as artists from Afghanistan and other regions. And
Whereas the theater continues to serve Richmond and the greater East Bay through its offerings of plays, concerts, cultural celebrations such as Yalda and Nowruz, and community-centered events that foster connection and artistic expression. And
Whereas Central Stage is located in the Richmond Annex neighborhood at 5221 Central Avenue, Richmond, California, 94804, and serves as a vital hub for grassroots creativity and cultural exchange. And
Whereas the venue provides affordable, accessible, and professional service for artists of all backgrounds while building community through open artistic expression and cultural celebration. And
whereas Central Stage stands as a model for grassroots innovation and resilience, particularly within the Iranian American and broader AAPI communities, now therefore be it resolved.
That I, Eduardo Martinez, Mayor of Richmond, and the City Council do hereby formally recognize and honor Central Stage for its contributions to Richmond's cultural vitality and for its unwavering commitment to preserving and promoting the arts and heritage of the Iranian American community. So, over 55 shows annually. That is amazing. I am duly impressed. So, and to think, 55 shows and I haven't seen a single one of them. My apologies. I will have to change that. So if anyone has final words for the Center Stage?
I'll keep it short and echoing on everyone else. Thank you, City of Richmond. Thank you, Councilmember Bano, for this initiative. We really appreciate it. We are a 7-member board, and we actually, all of us are volunteer-run organization, and none of us get paid. So that's why how we can able to keep our venue affordable, and we provide like tech support, marketing, front of house, everything basically for free to most of our artists. And with the growth in the artist diaspora that we see, especially Iranian artists, the younger generation that have come here. Like a venue like Central Stage is essential because that's where they can produce their art and an affordable space for them and the community to come and appreciate the arts. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry?
One last thing, if I may. Can I just ask the board members if they're here, stand up so we can recognize them, if any? Okay, thank you.
All right. This concludes our proclamations, except for one speaker who I'm sure has many wonderful things to say about you. I do have a heartfelt appreciation for the arts. I did theater myself, so I know how much work it is. And I commend you. 55 shows. Wow. Thank you.
Make sure you see some of those shows. Thank you very much. Merci, Mansur.
Our next item is open forum. Open forum is an opportunity to give public comment on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. We ask that you keep your comments respectful. You'll be limited to 2 minutes. And back and forth dialogue with the council is prohibited. We have 4 in-person speakers. If there's anyone that would like to address the council under open forum that's joining us online, please raise your hand at this time. Each speaker will be given 2 minutes. Our speakers are Cordell Hindler, Francisco Torres, Mark Wasberg, and Keto Williams. Hold on.
Excuse me, before I start, I'm speaking to Mayor. My English is something bad. I don't have interpreter. I need time for my interpreter for me the 4 minutes because it's a big case. Okay. Start? Yes. Thank you so much, Irma.
Oh, not yet. Not yet. Hold on one second.
After me.
Francisco.
Oh, sorry about that.
That's okay. So good evening, Mayor Martinez, Council. You know what I just did? I was going to be at a chamber mixer this evening, but I decided to come here to hear about the budget and the other item later. So I just wanted to make that for the record. So that's one. Then when I was watching the last meeting, I was very surprised that Kevin Brown, he has offered to sit down with you all to discuss the payment plan for Riggers, because myself, I care about the businesses in Richmond. And for the audacity to have Riggers be almost thrown out, where are people going to go to have a good glass of wine and to enjoy some art, as was pointed out by Mr. Brown? Andre Theory is going to be at Riggers next month, and it's a good place for people to go and unwind after a hard day at work. And then for the city to they can't make their trying to make a payment plan. Work with them. We are trying to bring businesses into our city. That's one. And then the second one is I have a future agenda request to bring to you all, is to direct staff to work with UC Berkeley's chancellor's office to collaborate on some very important matters, because as you heard when Dr. Moses was here a couple of weeks ago, I was very impressed with her presentation. We try to get both the city as well as the district and the UC Berkeley to be a partnership. As Antoine Cloyd once said, teamwork makes a dream work. And if you want this city to dream big, Richmond needs to get at bat. So I got plenty more to say, but I'll save my comments for the other items. So that's that.
Francisco Torres. Are you ready?
Do we have an interpreter?
Anyway, this is the thing speaking to you.
Francisco.
Oh, sorry. Anyway, before I start, this is the thing speaking to you. I need speaking English. I resident. I go for my American ciudadanía. I need speaking English. Yo puedo hablar, pero denme los 4 minutos. Es big case.
Okay.
And the city no listen. This is the big things for you and for me. Okay? My name is Francisco Javier Torres. I live in Carson Boulevard. I have a big problem, 37 to Cutin Boulevard. You know, December, the guys, water guys go and open, and the lights go. I no have a lights December 24th as before today. No have a, you go for the Carson Boulevard. It's ugly, nasty, diabolico, terrorifico. You know what coming? People killing. You know what coming accident? I live and I see the people they outside in the semaphores when the red is cries. A lot of people. I see the guys cry, my mama died. You know, it's a friend African when it's cries the car. You know, it's my family and me see a lot of accident. It's car motorcycles, car, you know. This no is fair. It's for months. I have a family, you know. I have a daughter, you know. My nervous is Mexican, don't have a paper, you know. This the thing not coming out in support to me. It's a lot of Latinos friends don't have a paper. This is the thing. It's here now the police, you know. It's terrorífico, it's ugly, it's only bad guys, business, drugs, and over there, you know, coming times fight, especially in my front house, you know, I speak in the police, you know, I see the guys stealing the cover for the life. What happened? Go, the guys are over there, and the police not fixing nothing. You know what? It's a lot of people now no go outside. My son no go outside. My neighborhood, the daughters no go outside because everybody's scared now, you know. Especially in the front, it's the Father and Young Company. The Father and Young Company is big company, rich company. You know what? This company go and dumper trash, send, especially in the street, a lot of bad things, the guys go and fight, especially in this team. The big machine go and push the sand all inside the line train inside. The last year I have one report for federal train line for the police. And this time I have last Saturday I called the police because same company dumper trash inside the rail train. You know, this no is fair. I have a report. Yesterday coming out, and couple guys see the record. They said, this is criminal. Exactly, it's this criminal because the train coming out, the train go on the ramp, coming and people dead. And no, this one go maybe for my house, and another one apartment. The corner said, big apartment. This no is fair, you know. I have a lot of stress. I have nervous, you know. I disability, guys. I'm sorry for my English, but I tired, trust me. I tired. And nobody listen. I have a record. This company is rich. The city, he said, no have money for pay the cow, need $30,000. You know why I have a big invitation to you guys, especially to my consul, district, go and check it out today, 8:30, and this boulevard big business road. You know what? When you down, you ask for support and support to you. When you out, you forget the poor people. This no is fair. This no is fair. You guys need working outside and support the poor people, especially for Latinos friend, especially for the African friend, because this guy paid the drugs. I never see the white friend and pay the cristal or something. This no is fair. My family, my people, you know what? My guys dead for this thing. You know what? The city need $30,000 for cable, for electric cable, for Carson Boulevard. I have something things for you guys. Let's go and pick up this rich company. Let's go to the court and ask you for $30,000 porque es big things. I'm no liar. I for the flag, for la bandera de América. Juro decir la verdad. Aquí tengo mucha evidencia de this company very, very rich. Let's go asking for $30,000, asking for $2 million and support to the city. I love you, Richmond. I come back from Berkeley. I live in Berkeley for 16, 17 years. I need change to Richmond because I have two sons in the university. Santa Cruz here is expensive for me now. Thank you to God, se recibieron. You know what? I'm sorry for my English. I need support. I have evidence. I need speaking to you. So
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Please.
Francisco?
I need support.
Okay. Thank you so much. And I will say that your English was sufficient.
Pretty good.
I'm sorry for my English.
No, it was sufficient. All right.
Creo, I don't know cómo se dice en inglés. Creo en Dios, espero en ustedes, los
Sí.
que hablan español, que le digan a la comunidad, por favor, que vean este caso, este problema para Young Company tiene mucho dinero.
Y puede hablar con mi oficina.
Quiero hablar con Sue porque tengo evidencias para tomar esta compañía y traer la corte. Quiero hablar con usted. Mire,
Pero ahorita no puede porque tenemos otras personas que quieren hablar, ¿ok?
I need eat something. You guys
Okay.
give me your tarjeta, something. Okay, I'm sorry. I have a lot of stress. I know it's not.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Next.
Our next speaker is Mark Wasberg.
Almost 6-7 minutes, man. Bullshit.
2 minutes. Ready?
Trump is purifying America. He's getting rid of the gays and transgenders, DEI, and woke. He even said there's only 2 genders. And now just about every government around the world is recognizing that there's only 2 genders. He's shipping all the illegal aliens back where they belong. He's cutting off all the social programs, HUD, SNAP, food stamps. They can't even enroll in college anymore. Cutting every social program out. And it's about time. Now he's blowing the hell out of the Houthis. It's about time somebody did something with them. Because Iran is one of the terrorist countries in the world. We all know that. That's where they're coming from. They're trying to stop all the shipping. They even tried attacking the U.S. aircraft carrier, which was their mistake they ever did, and we blew the hell out of them. Now they're running into the caves. Oh, by the way, Caesar, I want you to go into a Muslim mosque or something like that. They will kill you. They know homosexuals going in there. They will kill you, and they will hang you off a building. That's what they will do.
You cannot make...
I'm just telling the truth, stupid. That's what they do. That's what they do. And you over there praising these people from killing people around the world, burning babies in ovens, ripping babies out of their stomachs, and you sitting there praising these people? You stood next to the Palestinian flag, power to terrorism, just looking like an idiot. That's how stupid you are. You over there praising hate? You over there praising the BLM Antifa burning down America? Every anti-American social place there is, you was praising these people. You and your stupid ass RPA, this is what we need. We need to purge the RPA out of Richmond. And the people are so stupid to put this pile of crap in there. Hopefully people will wake up next election, you piece of shit, be out of there. Look at that piece of shit right there. You fucking ugly bitch.
Sir?
What?
Excuse me. Can you escort him? Can you escort him out of the room? He is harassing not only council members but harassing the audience.
You want him escorted out?
Yes.
Go out.
I feel compelled to remind people. That this is a work site, and as the mayor, I am charged with the duty of making sure that it is a safe workplace for everyone who is working here. That it's a safe place for people who visit. And that's safe from sexual harassment, from ethnic harassment, from harassment of any kind of debilitations that people might have. And it cannot be tolerated. Next item.
Our last in-person speaker is Keto Williams.
Hello, everyone. My name is Keto Williams. I've served the community of Richmond as a jailer for the police department. for a good portion of 5 years now. Oh, I'm sorry. It's all. My name is Keto Williams. I've served the community of Richmond as a jailer for the police department for a good portion of 5 years now. And I stand here today as a representative for the non-sworn and overwhelming majority of 80% of the non-sworn police and related classifications.
Excuse me, sir? You cannot speak to that during open forum. You can speak to that when we go to that item, which is, what is the number of the item?
Is it the public hearing, unit determination?
That?
Community intervention specialist? Is that what you're speaking on?
No.
Or is it the salary schedule amendment?
No.
Okay, well then, it sounded like you were speaking to one of the council items, which is agendized. So you may continue, but if it seems that that's what you are speaking to, I will have to cut you off and have you speak later.
Okay. Well, I can come back later. I can come back later if that's necessary.
No, go ahead.
Okay.
He wants to hear what you have to say.
All right. So, like I said, certain classifications of non-sworn members of the police department have expressed their desire and clear intent to leave SEIU 1021 local. And we see representation under the Richmond Police Officers Association.
That is public hearing Q1. So,
It's on the public
no?
hearing.
Okay.
You want to be signed up for that?
Sure. Why not?
Okay, all right then, I'm confused, my apologies.
Okay.
Okay, so is he speaking now or, okay, go ahead, Keto.
So
it's an item that's very similar, and it sounds as if you're speaking to one of the items that's agendized. And my apologies for jumping
It's okay.
conclusions. So we'll give you time from 2 minutes.
All right. So the decision did not come lightly for us to make this step towards.
Yes. Could you start over? Start over. We're giving you.
All right. Sure. All right. Like I said, my name is Keto Williams. I've served in the community of Richmond as a jailer for the police department for 5 years. And today I stand here on behalf of the overwhelming majority of non-sworn police qualifications for the police department, and are expressing our wish and desire to separate from Local 1021 SEIU and seek representation underneath the RPOA, the Richmond Police Officers Association. This decision stems from a deep and shared belief among the undersigned employees that our roles, responsibilities, and daily experiences place us in a closer alignment with the mission and operations and community service focus of the RPOA. We work side by side with sworn personnel and serve the same public safety goals and operate within the same command structure and environment. Our interests and needs are fundamentally different from those of general city employees, and we believe that it can be better understood and represented by the RPOA. We are hopeful that the city will respect our collective voice and support a smooth and fair transition in accordance with the applicable labor laws, of course, and meet and confer to our obligations. Our shared goal is to ensure that all of the city of Richmond employees are represented by the organizations best suited to advocate for their specific classifications, roles, and community of interest. That's it. Thank you for hearing me today.
Thank you.
Bye.
That was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the speakers online. We currently have 2 speakers.
Resident. I'm here to remind all of us that July 4th is only a few months away, and unfortunately, most of us know what that means. Illegal fireworks are about to start. Illegal fireworks are annoying, they're dangerous, they scare pets, they trigger anxiety, they cause injuries and fire. So some of us have come together to launch Stop
Ms. Freestone?
Yes.
I'm sorry, keep going.
Okay, some of us have come together to form Stop Illegal Fireworks, SIF, a grassroots effort to end the use of illegal fireworks in our city. And we believe that the most important thing we can do is to enlist everyone in Richmond to help us reach this goal. We are creating window signs for homes and businesses and working with city departments and neighborhood councils and the school district and the media. So you can email us at sifrichmondca@gmail.com to find out how you can help. We want to encourage ideas like fireworks buyback programs, rewards for tips about black market fireworks vendors, and outreach to school-age children about the dangers of illegal fireworks. We support City Council members Bana's effort to tighten enforcement. This is an all-hands-on-deck situation. Everyone plays a role in putting an end to illegal fireworks. So please join us. Email us at sifrichmondca@gmail.com to find out how you can help. So this is not just a city council effort. All of us in the community have a role to play in putting an end to illegal fireworks. So please, everybody step up. And thank you, Councilmember Bana, Sue Wilson, and all of the rest of you. Please get involved. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sunflower Alliance. Please please state your name for the record and unmute yourself. You may begin.
Hi, this is Janet Johnson. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. I am coordinator of Richmond Shoreline Alliance, and I'm here to tell you about an important meeting, a community meeting tomorrow night. The question is, what the heck is United Hackathon? It's a super fun site leaking DDT and dieldrin into the bay in the Richmond Inner Harbor. Richmond Shoreline Alliance and its partners, Sierra Club, SF Baykeeper, and the Watershed Project want to invite you to the first in a series of monthly community meetings co-hosted by us, the US EPA, and the Department of Toxic Substances Control. They plan to release a cleanup plan this fall. You can visit richmondshoreline.alliance.org to learn more and register to attend the first online community meeting tomorrow, Wednesday at 6:30 p.m. For 20 years, the Lauritzen Channel and the land surrounding it were used extensively in processing and shipping industrial and pesticide chemicals, DDT and dieldrin, which are incredibly harmful to wildlife and humans. And the EPA has been working on a new cleanup plan since 2012, but we want to be there to ask some serious questions, especially there was an earlier cleanup effort in the 90s, but it failed. So richmondshoreline.alliance.org to learn more. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Our next item is approval of the consent calendar.
Do I have a motion?
I move to approve the consent calendar.
A second?
I second it.
Roll call?
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bana?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Our next item under budget session is to receive the fiscal year 2024-25 mid-year budget presentation and report for the period of July 1, 2024 through December 31st, 2024, and adopt a resolution approving proposed fiscal year 2024-25 mid-year budget adjustments.
Good evening, KCRT. Can you please put up the PowerPoint slide deck? Next slide, please. Good evening, Mayor, Richmond City Council, and members of the Richmond community. This evening, we will go through a brief overview. This evening, we're going to go through the recommended action, discuss the economic outlook, financial headwinds, obviously the federal funding uncertainties, general fund revenue and expenditure adjustments that are recommended, as well as non-general fund revenue and expenditures, and discuss next steps as we approach fiscal year 25-26 and then upcoming CIP. Another item that you'll have on your agenda this evening later on is related to the CIP, so that might be an opportune time if you have questions about that. There's a separate item on your agenda this evening. Next slide. And so this evening, we're recommending that you receive the fiscal year 24-25 mid-year presentation report for the period of July 1 through December 31st, 2024, and adopt a resolution approving the proposed fiscal year 24-25 mid-year adjustments. Next slide. One of the things that we want to underscore and stress is right now, we do not have enough information to make long-term informed policy recommendations. We are in an unprecedented time of declining standards and broken norms. There are significant recession concerns. The tariff policy is fluctuating on a regular basis. There have also been considerable threats to sanctuary cities pertaining to federal grants. Recently, we had Liberation Day, and we're concerned about potential stagflation. Next slide. One of the most pressing concerns that we have before us that it's important that we begin to plan for is our CalPERS contributions. And as we have discussed in the past, there is a relationship between how the stock market is doing and how CalPERS is investing, which is called, and they have what's called, CalPERS refers to as a discount rate. When the discount rate decreases, that means that our city contributions for CalPERS could go up significantly. And so as we're planning for the coming months, the coming budget season, we just want to make sure that everyone is aware that we are concerned about the increases that we may need to absorb from CalPERS, and that even a small change between 6.8 to 6.5% could mean easily an additional $5 million annual payment and up to an additional $55 million on the UAL, unfunded actuarial liabilities. And so I want to make sure that this is top of mind as we're moving forward. We understand that the City Council has a lot of priorities. We are committed to accomplishing the City Council goals and priorities, but we think it's very important at this time of significant uncertainty that we proceed with caution. So just wanted to share that to provide context as we're providing this mid-year and moving into the budget season. Next slide. And so in terms of the financial headwinds, we understand and are committed to addressing the city's aging infrastructure. And so you'll hear more about that again this evening. We do have some ongoing budget constraints in terms of limited revenue growth. I appreciate the council partnering with city staff and key stakeholders to advance various revenue enhancements. And so we are well positioned now compared to how we have been historically, but we are experiencing significant inflation. And so much of those, of what we have been able to retain, we are anticipating that increase in cost, inflation will significantly recapture much of that additional revenue. We also have considerable long-term debt obligations. And again, we are concerned about the political environment that we're in now and how the federal, what is happening at the federal level will impact us here locally. And so with that, as we've noted before, our CalPERS unfunded liability is currently approximately $386 million, and our other post-employment retirement benefits is approximately $63 million. Next slide. And with that, I will turn it over to Andrea Miller, our Director of Finance, to proceed with the presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of the council. This slide highlights our federal funding uncertainties, which currently is forecast to be at about $62 million. As Shasta alluded to earlier, there are several fiscal grants and programs that are at risk due to recent executive orders going back to January 27th, when the first Office of Management and Budget memo number M-25-13 was issued by the president, which caused a temporary pause to several grants, federal grants and loans, sending the economy into an economic frenzy and panic, locking many public agencies out of those grant funding portals, which was subsequently rescinded the following day. And so as a result, the city staff has taken a great deal of effort to identify the potential federal funding risk, grants at risk. So this slide summarizes our program grants, which we have about $2.5 million of federal program grants. There's capital project grants of about another $53.4 million for a total of $55.9 million. In addition to that, we have our federally funded annual programs, such as the Richmond Housing Authority, which is another $2.2 million, as well as our employment training grant program that is heavily federally grant funded at another $4 million for a total of $6.2 million, which brings us to about $62.1 million. Next slide, please. This slide provides a detail of those federal funding uncertainties that I just mentioned, for a total of $53.4 million. I won't go through all of them, but just high level. There's a $25 million Port of Richmond applied for a grant, a federal grant from the Department of Transportation for rebuilding American infrastructure with sustainability and equity, or a RAISE program. There's another $738,000 in FEMA funding for Via Ferdi project has been ongoing, as well as another total of $27.7 million of Department of Transportation Federal Highway Administration grants for various projects that are listed there. These are just a sample of some of the projects that are funding at risk that we're identifying. Next slide, please. In addition, these are several program grants that total the $2.5 million. There's about $1.1 million total funding from Environmental Protection Agency, another $893,000 for career dislocated worker grants through the Department of Labor, and another $209,000 for our Fire and Emergency Operations Center from FEMA. In addition to that is the annual programs grant I've already identified for Richmond Housing Authority and Employment and Training, bringing our grand total of $62.1 million. Next slide, please. This slide highlights our general, actually I'll turn it over to Antonio Benuelas, our County Manager. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Martinez, City Council. So I'll go over the general fund revenues. So overall, the revenue received through period 6 through the first half of the year is $114.9 million, which is close to 46% of the budget amount. That amount is basically as expected, so no huge surprises here, and ties to historical trends through period 6. A couple of categories are trending slightly lower than and others are trending slightly higher. For example, property tax and sales tax are a little bit lower, but the rest of the revenue streams are slightly higher. So they sort of even themselves out, and so we're not proposing any changes at this point. And just focusing on the main revenues, property tax, for example, the adopted budget included an estimated assessed valuation that we did last spring of 4.6, and that ended up being what the county proposed. Sales and use tax, those are trending so far a little bit lower than last year due to several factors, including a slowdown in the economy, a couple of businesses going away. The main categories that are seeing slight decreases are transportation and business to business. The UUT, which includes gas, electricity, cable communications, they're trending pretty much as expected. Other categories, this includes franchise fees, hotel tax, and documentary transfer tax. The transfer tax is very volatile, it's hard to predict, but so far is doing fairly well. Let's see, licenses, permits, and fees. The stream includes business tax revenue. As of December, 3 million had been connected, but the majority of that business tax is actually collected between February and April. So this is before most of the bulk of that comes in. Next slide, please. Here's the same sort of information, but I guess, in a more graphical representation, starting with transfers. And these are all recorded at the beginning of the year. So there's a journal entry that records everything. That's why it's 100% at this point, pretty much. For grants, it's a relatively small amount. Most of the grants are recorded not in the general fund, but separate funds. Other taxes includes transfer tax, as I mentioned, franchise fee, business tax. These are received at different times in the year. Again, transfer tax is very volatile. Although we receive it monthly, 1 month can be $4 million, next month can be $300,000, depending on what actual sales happen in the city of Richmond and the size of those sales. UUT is mostly received on a monthly basis with some accruals at the end. Sales tax, that's the one we receive very late in the year. So there's usually like a 2-month delay from when we receive it till when it's actually paid by the, I guess, the consumers in Richmond. And we won't get the final number for that until late August. And of course, property taxes, there's a very specific interval. For the secured part, at least, we get 55% in December, 40% in April, and about 5% in June. So every revenue stream is a little bit different. You won't expect to see very specific amounts like the expenses. But based on that, everything's trending pretty much as expected, so no changes at this point.
Next slide, please. So this slide highlights the general fund expenditure budget. Overall expenditures totaled $123.9 million through December 31st, 2004, the midpoint of our fiscal year. That's about 47.5% of our budget. Actuals at mid-year are within the 50% threshold on average for this point in the fiscal year, including encumbrances, which are respectively at 50.7%. Our largest spending category is salaries and wages for all employees' base salaries for full-time and part-time staff, overtime and other compensation types. This expenditure category is $43.6 million at mid-year, or about 45.8% of the budget. Fringe benefits, this includes medical, dental, workers' compensation, CalPERS, pension costs, other post-employment benefits, other fringe benefits. This category totals $33.1 million for mid-year, or about 47% of the budget. It's also lower due to vacant positions. The next expenditure category I'll highlight is professional and administrative services. This includes professional and consulting services and contractual obligations. These actual expenditures are total $7.8 million at mid-year, or about 35.5% of the budget, which is a positive variance in several departments. Includes purchase order encumbrances. That brings with the purchase order encumbrances, which are purchase orders for those council-approved contracts of things of that sort, is about $12.1 million, or 53.8% of the budget. The next category I'll highlight is other operating. This includes things such as operating leases, copier leases, office supplies, other operating expenditures, which brings the total to $3.1 million actuals at mid-year, or 35% of the budget. With encumbrances is $4.7 million, another 53%. The next category I'll highlight is the cost pool. These are the allocations we allocate to various departments in the city to share the overhead costs. Those things include such as general liability insurance, vehicle replacement program, the debt service on the Civic Center. Actual expenditures at mid-year is $12.3 million, or 49.9% of the budget. And then the last category I'll highlight is transfers out. This includes all transfers from the general fund to other non-general fund departments for council-approved subsidies and debt service payments. And those actuals, because we typically allocate them according to payment schedules, or at the top of the fiscal year, they're at 20.5% million, or 59.3% of the budget. And lastly, I'll just highlight that there's no adjustments are being proposed by staff from general fund revenue nor expenditures at this point in time due to some of the economic uncertainties we've already identified. Next slide, please. And this slide just shows a graphic overview presentation of the information I just went over in details. Again, you'll see at the top there that operating transfers out are pretty much completed for the year. Our cost pool allocations, we allocate those monthly, so they're about halfway along the way. And then by far, our salaries and wages and payroll fringe benefits is the largest budget category for general fund. Next slide, please. For non-general fund revenue, overall, 39.9% of non-general fund revenue has been collected and is trending as expected. The timing of receipts varies among these funding groups based on the source and the type of funding, which is predominantly capital improvement, reimbursements, or grant resources. The proposed mid-year adjustments for non-general funds is a total of $994,878, which is $641,400 in general capital fund and $353,000 in special revenue funds. And I'll go over the details of that on the next slide. Next slide, please. So there's a transfer in from general capital fund to the public arts fund of $353,475. That's based on the 1.5% art ordinance and will be for the Richmond Main Library. The remaining amounts are for various impact fee funds to recognize actual revenue received. Because the impact fees are based on permitting and all new development, the corresponding adjustments are made based on actuals because it's hard to forecast those actual receipts. Next slide, please. And this is a bar chart that shows pretty much the details that I just went over. So I won't go over it in detail, but the gold bar represents the actuals, the gray is the revised budget, and the dark blue is the mid-year adjustments that have been proposed. Next slide, please. Non-general fund expenditures, overall, 27.7% of non-general fund budget appropriations have been spent. The spending patterns in non-general fund varies for the similar reasons as I stated on the expenditure side, based on the nature of those programs funded there for capital, debt, and grant type of funds. Capital project budget increase is due to projects budget, purchase order encumbrances rolling forward from the prior year. The year-to-date actuals totals $115 million. Mid-year adjustments total $4.6 million, with $268,000 in capital improvement funds, $2.7 million in enterprise funds, and $975,000 in other operating funds, and $678,000 in special revenue funds. And I will go over those details on the next slide. Next slide, please. The Public Art Fund shows an appropriation of $603,475. That's for upcoming art sculptures and projects. $253,175 transfer out is from the General Capital Fund to the Public Art Fund for the 1.5% art ordinance I mentioned earlier. The Port of Richmond has $180,000 Terminal 1 monitoring, graffiti removal, recommended there. The transportation, there's $550,000 appropriation for lift and transmetro contracts. Other emergency operations has $75,000 to appropriate for as-needed emergency operations. And the wastewater fund, there's $2.5 million for the Veolia contract operations and maintenance expenses. Impact fee parks for $15,000, the annual contribution to regional sports complex, and stormwater $425,000 to appropriate for Contra Costa County Clean Water Program, for a total of $4.6 million in non-general fund mid-year budget adjustments. Next slide, please. This slide shows a graphic bar chart. I will not go into detail, I just covered those. Next slide, please. Next steps, staff recommends the City Council to approve the proposed mid-year budget adjustments. There is a capital projects update from Public Works before you this evening, and staff will continue to monitor revenue and expenditures trends for the current fiscal year to determine if adjustments will be needed for the third quarter. That will bring back to you on May 20th, and the next year draft budget for fiscal year 2025 and 26 will be presented to you at the May 6th City Council meeting. Next slide. And with that, just to restate, the recommended action is to receive the fiscal year 2024-25 mid-year budget adjustment presentation and report for the period of July 1st, 2024 through December 31st, 2024, and adopt a resolution approving proposed fiscal year 2024-25 mid-year budget adjustments. Next slide, please. Thank you, and that concludes our presentation.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I'm glad that we're financially sound, and I want to thank you, the city manager, and the entire staff for the report that you provided. Do we have speakers to the budget?
We have 2 in-person speakers, and if there's anyone that is joining us online that would like to address the council under item P1, budget, please raise your hand at this time. The speakers are Cordell Hindler and Jamin Purcell. You'll have 2 minutes.
Let me adjust this. So, good evening again, Mayor Martinez, council. Thank you, Andrea and Antonio, for this detailed presentation. So, as recommended, I looked at the presentation and I don't have no objections to it. So, for you, Mayor Martinez, to someone to make a motion, seconds the motion to adopt the resolution as presented by staff, and that's pretty much it.
Jamin Purcell.
So first, I would like to thank staff for being conscientious of the times we're in and trying to account for that kind of romper room and be able to try and set our city up to be able to be successful. I really appreciate that you are redirecting funds, putting funds into our emergency responses, into our transportation, and as well trying to put more into our general capital fund. I also appreciate that you're investing into the port. The port is going to be very important for the future of Richmond as we are trying to figure out what we can do with it and try to bring it back to be an economic center. So that said, this is a lot of information to take in, and I know that we're going to be guessing a lot with the economy the way it is. So I appreciate the hard work of everybody. Thank you.
That was our last speaker.
No online speakers? All right, in that case, I'd like for us to look at attachment 4, the fiscal year 2024-25 mid-year proposed position listing. Under the port positions, it appears that the port marketing operations manager is slated for removal. I believe it's an essential position, and I would like to advocate to keep and fill this position to help generate more economic opportunities at our port, and also to understand why it's being removed.
Mayor, perhaps HR can come up and speak to that. If I recall correctly, the port requested and received a management analyst, a senior management analyst, or no, a management analyst, a senior business assistance officer, a capital improvement project manager, and the port director, and then they have separate professional services contracts. So I will ask Sharon to assist in responding to that inquiry.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. That is correct. The port will have a CIP manager, a capital improvement projects manager, as well as an administrative support person.
Yes, but the CIP manager is not a marketing or operations manager. That's someone who's focused on CIP, and there's much more to operations than CIP. So I maintain that it's an important position to maintain.
In addition, economic development, which is the umbrella in which Port sits, they also have a senior business assistance officer that assists with marketing. They do outreach to businesses and further economic development. So the Port would have access to that individual as well.
So Mayor, that actually what's reflected here isn't a change. It has been 0. If you, on attachment page 4 of 8, under adopted fiscal year 24-25, because they added other positions, and so keeping with the corrective action plan from the state auditor, one of the issues is around the position control, and so that that was one of the positions that was swapped out in order to allocate positions to economic development and then separate positions to the port.
I'm sorry, what page was that?
Page 4 of 8.
4 of 8?
Yes.
Which attachment? 4 of 8
Attachment 4.
Attachment 5, 4 of 8. Attachment 3. Sorry, which attachment?
Attachment 4.
Attachment 3, okay.
So to reiterate, Mayor, the staff isn't recommending any changes at that time. That was in the adopted budget for fiscal year 24, 25, or maybe even before that in,
No, I don't. It's funny, I don't. Okay, well, I still believe we should have it filled.
yeah, so certainly, Mayor, I would be happy to discuss that as part of the fiscal year 25, 26 budget.
Okay, all right. So on page 4 of the staff report, under sales and use tax, it says, of course, it's expected to be lower than last year. After several years of significant growth, this revenue stream has slowed down. The decrease is due to several factors, including the slowdown in the economy. So there's various spaces where it happens, you know, dealerships, service stations, transportation. So I agree. I believe that we need to face these economic headwinds head-on by having a more robust economic development department that can help us attract and retain responsible businesses in Richmond. So with that in mind, we need to make sure that our economic department is fully staffed. We need to make sure that we have the capability to address economic issues. And then I'd like to shift over to code enforcement. In our conversations, you know that out of all the conversations that we've had here at City Council, the solution always comes down to code enforcement. You know, if it's smoke shops or abatement or parking, you know, whatever the issue, it comes down to code enforcement. And so I would like to see a code enforcement department that is robust and central so that everyone knows what everyone else is doing in terms of code enforcement. I see here that we're getting rid of an administrative assistant, but I'm happy to see that we're adding 2 code enforcement, 2 officers. Is that correct?
1 moment, please. I believe that those changes, and Andrea, please feel free. I don't believe that there were any revisions to the position control recommended in this report unless they were administrative cleanup items from HR. Andrea, can you confirm?
Correct. The prior year adjustments you're reviewing is, those were already approved in the current fiscal year budget. On the resolution attachment 5, there are 2 changes, only to add and delete positions in, replace a position in Public Works, but no other positions are included in this mid-year.
So how many people in the code enforcement department do we have?
Ms. Velasco can speak to that directly, but my understanding is at this juncture, they're attempting to fill approximately 6 positions, and staff is aiming to work closely with the city attorney's office to address many of the concerns that have been brought up at the council meetings, because it does require interdepartmental collaboration.
Okay, I don't know where I've gotten this, but I see 9 positions for code enforcement. Let me see if I can.
I said they're attempting to fill 6 at this juncture.
We need to fill 6.
Yes.
So that means we have 3?
Ms. Velasco, Community Development Director.
Community Development Director. Yes. Hi, I'm participating via Zoom. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Yes, we currently have 9 total officer positions, 1 manager position, and then an administrative analyst as well as an office specialist. So the team is approximately 12 people. Some of the administrative staff is shared with other divisions within the department. As City Manager Curl mentioned, we do have 6 vacancies. We're currently using contract services while we fill those vacancies and have interviews scheduled for next week.
Okay, fantastic.
Okay, fantastic.
This is a. I feel like I'm talking to my minor bird. At home, I have this minor bird. I push a button, and then when I say something, it repeats me, just like now. So now you know what my two-year-old grandson enjoys the most in my house. So thank you. Oops. I think it's Lena. Lena.
Yes.
Lena. I still hear you.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have another question, Mayor Martinez?
No, I don't. But I would like to go over to information technology, which is someone else. All of this new hiring and allocations for positions is good news for our community. According to the totals in our position listing, we have increased from 732 in the fiscal year 22-23 to 808 in the fiscal year 24-25, adding 76 new allocations. However, I've not seen any additions in our IT department, who have to set up computers, troubleshoot, manage our cybersecurity, and handle other vital aspects of our city. I'd like to see more positions there, especially since we have joined the Bloomberg Data Alliance, which requires us to start examining how we use our data to strengthen our policies through all the agencies. So speaking of IT, I'm wondering how the replacement of our IT manager, Rebecca, is coming along. She was managing so many exciting projects. I hope we can find a replacement for her.
Yes, so Mayor, as a byproduct of our debrief with Bloomberg, we had discussed creating a new classification to help that they had specifically recommended. And so HR is working on developing a position classification for consideration by the Personnel Board as a byproduct of that work.
Fantastic. That excites me. Okay,
Me too.
So my apologies to the rest of the council, because usually I let you go first, but I felt compelled to share my enthusiasm for the budget that I just couldn't contain myself. I know, but as a mayor, I need to respect all of you, and so Claudia Jimenez had her hand up. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for the presentation. I had 2 questions. One is, Antonio, you mentioned the revenues and the projections. I'm glad to see that there is not a lot of changes. But you say that, I believe, in the taxes, let me see. The second one, taxes, I think, that is a little bit lower than expected. Could you be more specific about how much or the percentage of how the lower, like, what is?
Okay, focusing very specifically on property taxes made up of various different revenue streams, including secure property taxes, which is based on valuation, a couple of other smaller ones, and a couple of what we call success surging pass-through and surplus. That one we receive in January and July. The one for January was a little bit, I'm not just going to say it was lower, but it didn't increase as much as I was hoping for. We won't know the final number until June, actually,
Yeah.
for that part of the property taxes.
So is there any way that we could be more specific when we present this revenue projection in terms of like in the mid-year, for instance, because you projected at the beginning of the year with some, can we have kind of like the numbers and the percentage and at the mid-year comparison? Because sometimes it's difficult for me to just kind of like see the line, like the written, but no the actual numbers. So we know how much is it, because a little bit could be 1 million, but it could be 10 million. So we don't know, and that will be great, because for me, the good thing is that what I see is that there is no changes. So that means that the revenue is projected as we and staff kind of like projected it, which is good news. But it will be great if we have more information, especially at the mid-year with numbers as well. Thank you. And my second question, and it's about like, well, we are in these unknown territories like right now, and we were like that during COVID, I think. So it's like during COVID, we have another presidency, and it's different. So my question to you is, had you received any formal communication that that kind of like tell us that the city is not going to receive these monies, that we are saying that we probably are not going to receive the $62 million? If so, what is the communication that you have received that gives that impression? I know like it's a lot of speculative things, but we want to be aware and kind of like project. And then if no, by when we are going to kind of like know what is the hole that we are in the budget for this projected revenue that we might receive or we might not receive? Thank you.
And you're referring to federal grants.
Yes, so you are saying that it's at risk because all the uncertainty in the federal government, that we might not, like that is $62 million approximately that we have in federal grants. So I just want to know, based on what formal things are you based these things, and if no, by when we will know more, is this happening?
Yes, that's a great question. We have not received a formal notification from a specific grantor saying that funds will be rescinded in that regard, but we are just monitoring and watching what's taking place at the federal level. For example, on January 27th of this year, when the first notification went out from Office of Management and Budget in Washington, D.C., we were literally scrambling because people were locked out, agencies were locked out of portals. So we're just monitoring and waiting and seeing what potential impacts and if the general fund needs to subsidize those federally grant-funded programs.
Okay. So this is just like, yeah, monitoring and be
Monitoring
aware of
and
the...
waiting and seeing. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I have a question. Like, probably the CalPERS, we won't know for a while what is their projections, right?
We receive there's an annual actuarial analysis that's done on the city's CalPERS funded liability. I believe it's done in June, and there's usually a 1-year delay. So basically, the information in the current fiscal year was based on fiscal year ending 2023, because they need a full year of payroll activity to do the analysis. So it is reviewed and analysis is done annually. The updated analysis is completed in June, I believe it is. But what impacts that number, and again, is some of the information that City Manager Curl alluded to earlier this evening, is that we're also monitoring the Treasury market, because interest rates, it's currently forecasted and projected based on a 6.8% discount rate. But anytime the market decreases, then that impacts potential payments.
So that we will know by June as well, or, okay.
Yes, when we bring back the next year, 2025-26 budget, we'll have updated projections for that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And just to reiterate that the market cycle and how things tend to impact cities, it's usually about a year delayed. So we're just making sure that the council has this context as we're thinking about what the current budget and future budget looks like in terms of understanding what resources we may have available in the coming year. But again, these are all projections and everything is subject to change.
Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you for all of this, members. It seems to me that there's not a lot being adjusted at this moment. Is that correct? Am I characterizing that correctly?
That's correct. In general fund, we're not proposing any adjustments, only in the non-general fund, because we want to make sure we're being fiscally prudent and just waiting, because there's just so many unknowns right now. So we'll have more updated information with our third quarter analysis.
So just some questions too about the federal grant, the federal sources of funding. All of those that were listed are things that have already been awarded to the city, and we're currently receiving those funds now.
Correct, with the exception of the $25 million port grant application was submitted. I don't have the exact date in front of me, but it was recently submitted, so that's still in the works.
That one hasn't been awarded yet.
Correct.
So, yeah. And then do you know how each of those funds were authorized? Because it seems like the federal sources that are in jeopardy are from particular legislation or particular funding sources.
Yes, in the presentation, we actually have a detail of the various grants, federally funded grants with the source. For example, there were several from the Department of Transportation, for example.
Yeah, but usually, those from the Department of Transportation, they're being funded by some, like, either congressional, I'm wondering if you know the funding sources, because that seems to be where things are most in jeopardy when objectionable funding sources like DEI programs or
I understand. We can go back and verify and look at the actual grant award documents. And
I think it would be really helpful for our understanding to understand what the actual source is, so we know we can kind of evaluate the threat, so that it's not just kind of general anxiety, but we can say, yeah, there's an actual threat here. They've put it on, they've said explicitly that this is not going to be a thing, I think that would be really helpful to know. Outside of that, that was all I had, actually. Thank you.
Anyone else? Oh, yes, go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation. Have we calculated, and I might have missed it, but have we calculated the COLA as well in there? Have we called out for the pension for next year?
That's not an item that we would discuss during open session.
But it's for CalPERS, even the CalPERS
Oh, you're
one?
talking about CalPERS?
Yeah, the CalPERS.
Oh.
Yeah, not for us, for the CalPERS, for the pension, because that's a number that it's about 2.33% maybe for next
Yeah,
year.
so that's included in the actuarial report, and then we have a small number of people that are in the old system, and then we bring that to you every year to approve, and it's a small dollar amount.
Thank you. And then in terms of the day-to-day cost, as we're looking to have more projects or just day-to-day administration of the city, are we quantifying somewhat of what the tariffs, when and if they come, what the impact would be, both for us in cost, and then what that would mean for our businesses and potentially a decrease in their sales, which is a decrease in their tax to us?
The most immediate potential impact is around projects that are out to bid. And so Public Works is monitoring that closely and then sending updates as we receive projects that have come, where we have engineers' estimates. Then the projects go out to bid, and then they evaluate the bids for completeness before the items come to you to award a contract. And so that is the most immediate concern that we have, is around the pipeline of CIP projects. And so we're closely monitoring that, and they'll talk about that a little bit in the item that's coming up next regarding CIP.
Thank you. And then in slide 8, it spoke to bridge prevention maintenance. Which bridge? Is this the Richmond Bridge? Or are these other bridges? There's funds that are potentially going away.
Avanish and Mubin, do you want to assist with answering that question? It's on, it's line item 3 on slide 8.
Okay, was it?
Council member and the mayor. These are several locations throughout the city. It's not one particular bridge of some kind. However, we're looking for the details, and we'll follow up with the great details as needed.
Thank you, thank you. So I wasn't sure if it was the Richmond Bridge or just the other bridges all around. Thank you. And then for the RHA in slide 9, just wondering what particular services might be going away for that, if those fundings.
Well, this provides, this is the total amount that we receive, like, to assist in operating the Housing Authority. And because of our status with the Housing Authority, as a separate item, what usually comes to the council is an item and a request for a subsidy. So we are continuing to remain in close communication with HUD. We'll be having 2 meetings with them coming up to understand what their position is as related to the Housing Authority. And then we will report back to council if we need to increase the subsidy and provide that in the draft fiscal year 25-26 budget for the council's consideration.
Okay, thank you. And then almost last, the public arts, it says 603,000 is budgeted in there. I was wondering how that is being used, or how was that used, or?
It's based on the 1.5% ordinance for the arts for projects development, and so that is being transferred over to the arts fund, and I believe it said there's some sculptures.
But the specific contracts still have to come back to city. Anything over $10,000 still has to come back to the city council for approval. This is just the appropriations.
So we haven't spent it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. And then going back to CalPERS on their benefits, are we also looking, we're trying to do our budget before CalPERS releases their renewal, so it's putting the horse before the cart, or the cart before the horse. But have we received estimations about the increase in our benefits for CalPERS, for our active employees?
We haven't received the updated one yet. We do use certain assumptions based on, we know things will go up, but we don't have the specifics.
Do we know which assumption, just ballpark? Because it's one of the big numbers.
Just a reminder, though, this is a mid-year update. We're not really projecting next year. So this is the same assumptions that we used while adopting the budget, which was like last year.
Okay.
Which was based on the report that we received prior year. So, and that data was basically even the year before prior year based on the data. The CalPERS uses the data that is a year old and releases a year after that. And then we use it for the following year. And then it's like a couple of years lag, actually. So like the market you're seeing right now, decline, the city will be experiencing the impact of it a couple of years ahead, so.
But is that for CalPERS medical? So that's an actual number we'll be paying.
You're talking about the medical. Okay, so like the medical rate did increase about 12% in the beginning of this calendar year. However, we had already budgeted or the existing budget would be absorbing those cost increases. And we will be budgeting going forward based on those rates. So the rates did go up around 11 to 12%.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, no other questions for now. Thank you.
Anyone else? If not, I have one quick question on the federal funding uncertainties on page 8. The I-80 Central Interchange Phase 2. I know that that was in 2 phases. A lot of it had to do with Caltrans and the freeway off-ramps and on-ramps. But there was also changes to Central and the, what is it, San Mateo? And, you know, changing the traffic so that there wouldn't be traffic jams or dangerous intersections. How much of this money goes to that portion?
We're talking about one particular project. Can you please identify that?
Yes, it's the I-80 Central Interchange, Phase 2. That's a Central Avenue and Interstate I-80.
Mayor, Public Works can come up and answer that now, or?
Actually, I don't want to spend our time on that.
Okay. We can, Avanish can answer that in the next presentation, if that's okay?
Okay, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, so if there's not any other questions,
I move the item.
I second.
I don't know that there's a vote. It's just to receive a presentation, right? We're not voting.
Yeah.
Oh, and adopt. Oh,
Yes.
I gotta adopt. Okay.
Adopt. Yeah.
Ready?
So we have had public speakers, is that correct? Yes.
We had two public speakers. Motion by Councilmember Jimenez and second by Mayor Martinez. Okay, Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Our next item is under public hearings. Item Q1. This is to hear an appeal by the Richmond Police Officers Association regarding the unit determination for community intervention specialists and make a final determination regarding the bargaining unit. We have 13 in-person speakers. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
Okay, before we begin, I'd like to lay out the parameters as we do in public hearings involving an appeal. This is something that is written into our council procedures. We begin with the staff report. Then we have questions from the council, which is followed by an open hearing. And then we have a statement from the appellant, which is 8 minutes. Then the principal opponent statement for 8 minutes. And then we have public speakers, alternating for speakers in favor and speakers opposing, as much as we can. Generally, you know, it's that we can't. So and then that's followed by the appellant's rebuttal, and then the opponent's rebuttal, both of them being 2 minutes. And then we close the public hearing. So we'll begin with staff.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council Member Sharon Taylor, Human Resources Director. I am sitting before you as the Employee Relations Officer in this matter, and I will be starting with the PowerPoint presentation. Today, we will review background regarding the ROC program and how it was established. We will also talk about the establishment of the classification of community intervention specialist. We will go over timeline. We'll review the employee and employer relations rules, and also your obligation as the City Council in this process. As a reminder, your action will take place today to make a determination regarding the unit that the community intervention specialist position will be sitting. In June 2020, City Council established Reimagining Public Safety Task Force to develop plans for redefining public safety in Richmond. In June 2021, after receiving feedback from various city personnel, a revised recommendation of $1 million was proposed for the Community Crisis Response Program pilot. July 2022, Urban Strategies Council, a local research nonprofit, was selected to draft the feasibility study, providing regular updates and a draft report to Richmond City Council in May 2023. In 2023, the program manager and associate administrative analysts were hired to initiate the program's planning and implementation within the city's framework, and the city proceeded to discuss the framework and start creation of the job descriptions for the positions that were to staff the Community Crisis Response Program. In 2024, the Community Intervention Specialist classification was the first job description created and presented to Personnel Board for approval on March 23, 2024. The Richmond Police Officers Association President Ben Terrio attended the meeting and expressed dissatisfaction with the job description, and the city started to engage in the meet and confer process with the association. In December 2024, Richmond Police Officers Association formally objected to the Community Intervention Specialist classification assignment to the SEIU Local 1021 General Employees Bargaining Unit, asserting that the classification properly belonged in the Richmond Police Officers Association's bargaining unit. After consideration of their objection, I considered it as the employee relations officer in that role, and I determined that the position was best served in the SEIU Local 1021 bargaining unit, and due to the identifiable community interests, and we met with Richmond Police Officers Association to hear their appeal of the initial determination, and I issued a final determination on March 19th, 2025. So today I would like to review with you the employer-employee relations resolution that dictates this process. It provides the basic policy objections in determining the appropriateness of units and the effect of the proposed unit on Factor 1, the efficient operations of the city and its compatibility with the primary responsibility of the city and its employees to effectively and economically serve the public, and Factor 2, providing employees with effective representation based on recognized community of interest considerations, such as the history of the representation in the city, consistency with our organizational patterns, avoidance of the fragmentation of classifications and units, and the effect of dividing related classes among two or more units. So Factor 1, efficient and effective public service. The city's overriding purpose is efficient and effective service to the community. The consideration weighs in favor of assigning the community intervention specialist to SEIU. We deliberately assigned the community intervention specialist to the Community Crisis Response Program under the umbrella of the Office of Neighborhood Safety instead of the police department to message to the community that this organization provides non-punitive and non-criminal services. Although the police department and RPOA are doing a wonderful job in their community policing model, providing services to our community, it's imperative to retrain a distinction between their services and function and those of the Community Crisis Response Program, now known as ROC. Factor 1, efficient and effective public service. Assigning the community intervention specialist to RPOA risks undermining the Community Crisis Response Program services. It would send those employees a mixed message about their purpose. They would be a distinct minority within the RPO membership, which is otherwise purely sworn police officers. In addition, non-sworn positions such as code enforcement officers do not work in the police department and are not in the Richmond Police Officers Bargaining Unit. Factor 2, consideration of the similarity of work. The community intervention specialist working within the Community Crisis Response Program, or ONS, will perform duties that are similar to positions that are currently in the SEIU Local 1021 General Unit, and these roles are more similar to the SEIU unit than the RPOA unit. RPO staff provide sworn criminal law enforcement services. The community intervention specialist will provide non-sworn, decriminalized mental health support and social services to our community. SEIU Local 1021 represents all other non-sworn job classifications that provide a broad range of services in the community for the well-being of Richmond residents, even those within the police department. Factor 2, special consideration, the city's representation history. RPOA only represents sworn police officers. Community intervention specialists would be non-sworn employees. The city has consolidated all non-sworn, non-safety, entry-level, and first-line job classifications under SEIU Local 1021. This includes all police department non-sworn job classifications that are either first-line or entry-level positions. Assigning community intervention specialists would be inconsistent with our representation history. RPOA would then become a mixed sworn, non-sworn unit. RPOA would represent a job classification outside of the police department, and entry-level, non-sworn, non-safety staff would be divided between two units. Factor 2, third consideration, consistency of our organizational patterns. The city maintains consistent common sense bargaining unit bargaining unit compositions. Firefighters have their own units, police have their own units, non-safety entry-level general staff have their own units, and non-safety managers and department heads have their own units. Consistency of organizational patterns continued. It is particularly important to retain that the Richmond Police Officers Association unit as a purely sworn peace officer unit because they are legally distinct from the rest of the workforce. Per the Myers-Millia-Brown Act, they have a right to their own bargaining unit. In addition, Penal Code and Government Code outlines several other distinctions to police units. They have certain powers that are assigned to them as sworn peace officers. There are unique personnel records requirements, unique pre-employment background and health requirements and procedures. And they also are governed by the Public Safety Officers Procedural Bill of Rights, which is a dedicated investigation and disciplinary rights law. In addition, it is particularly important to retain that the Richmond Police Officers Association unit as a purely sworn peace officer unit because they are legally distinct from the rest of the workforce. They have access to the PORAC Legal Defense Fund, which is the Peace Officers Research Association of California. They have access to CalPERS safety retirement, and the California State Senate Bill 2 Peace Officer Certification Requirements. None of these aforementioned 8 legal distinctions apply to the community intervention specialist, nor any other classification represented by SEIU 1021. Under factor number 2, your fourth consideration, we want to avoid fragmented units. Granting the RPOA's appeal would fragment both RPOA and SEIU. RPOA, the unit would only contain one sworn, non-sworn job classification, leaving the rest of SEIU, including all of the non-sworn classes that are currently in the police department, in SEIU, such as the communications dispatchers, crime prevention specialists, police record specialists, and police property technicians. That would make the SIU unit inverse, representing all non-sworn except for not the community intervention specialists. Your fifth consideration, the effect of divided units and classifications. Assigning the community intervention specialist to SEIU would require no material changes to the MOU. However, if we were to assign this classification to the RPOA MOU, we would have to import critical elements from the SEIU MOU to the RPOA MOU, such as non-safety pension language, among other provisions, excluding the community intervention specialist staff from certain unique RPOA sworn provisions such as the police officer holiday in lieu pay, special assignment pay, labor code 4850 leave, vacation specialing provisions, etc. Bottom line, the community intervention specialist staff would be a carve-out of the MOU and would have to have their own set of rules, regulations, and considerations. In conclusion, the factors and considerations are overwhelmingly and unanimously favor assigning the community intervention specialist to SEIU. The new job classification fits into the existing SEI unit and MOU. In contrast, assigning the community intervention specialist to RPOA would be arbitrary, creating a tortured unit that would have lost its cohesion and undermined the city's message about the Community Crisis Response Program, which is forwarding to the criminalization of important services and circumstances. So today, your appeal action would be to consider all of the information that was brought before you today and determine if you are going to support the appeal. You could also consider the information that was brought before you and reject the appeal. And you can also uphold the determination that was made by the employee relations officer. So I recommend that you listen to the appeal by the Richmond Police Officers Association and then uphold my determination and affirm that the Community Intervention Specialist classification assignment belongs with SEIU Local 1021 General Employees Bargaining Unit. Are there any questions?
Thank you for the presentation. Do we have questions? Councilmember Wilson?
Yes, Ms. Taylor, thank you so much for the presentation. My questions are kind of basic. I think you provided a good overview of the lay of the land, but it was there's a lot of information there, so I'm taking notes furiously, and I want to just ask to see if I captured some of the points that you made that I think are going to be relevant to the conversation today. So one of my questions is just in terms of a timeline, the community intervention specialist job description, I believe you said that job description was first made publicly available in March of 2023, and the sort of conversations back and forth with the Richmond Police Officers Association went on until March of 2024. Is that so? It's about a year of conversations there.
The classification was brought before Personnel Board in 2024.
Okay.
So in March of 2024,
Oh,
we
I'm sorry.
brought forward the classification to the Personnel Board, and it was approved. However, we have not established the classification yet. And during that time frame, we did attempt to engage in the meet and confer process. We did meet with RPOA, and in December, they made their official determination to request that the position be placed into their bargaining unit.
Okay, thank you. And then there were more sort of more appeals and back and forth between you until March of 2025. So I had the years. So thank you for catching that.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And my next question is, I just want to make sure I have this captured as well, that there's the Richmond Police Officers Association, which is the union that represents police officers, and then there's the Richmond Police Department, which is the city department, which employs police officers, but a number of other safety personnel that are non-sworn. Can you just sort of characterize for me, what does it mean to be non-sworn versus sworn, for those of us who are sort of learning this world?
So peace officers are sworn employees. They are governed by post-certification. They have to go through a process in order to be considered a sworn person. It is recognized by CalPERS, their sworn status, and so it is a status that is directly for police officers. Our general employees, our management employees do not fall under post-certification, and they are not considered sworn.
And so this is a distinction that's not a City of Richmond distinction. This is something that's recognized. It's a sort of a statewide. There's
That is
sworn
correct.
and non-sworn employees. And so the RPOA, the Richmond Police Officers Association, just making sure I got it right, is that it's 100% sworn officers, police officers who are sworn employees.
That is correct.
Okay. And then there are non-sworn employees in the Richmond Police Department, and those are represented, all of them by SEIU 10-1, is that correct?
All of them are not represented by SEIU. There are those that are represented by Local 21, the management, the executive management unit as well. Police officer trainees are considered exempt, so they do not have representation, but we treat them as we would a general employee.
Okay, so I guess maybe the way that to sort of make the distinction is there are no non-sworn employees inside the Richmond Police Officers Association.
That is correct.
Okay, that is correct. So Richmond Police Officers Association is 100% sworn police officers. Anyone else working in the police department who's not sworn is not in the Richmond Police Officers Association. And then, so one of the things that I was sort of trying to think about is if you can speak a little bit more to the efficiency argument. Like, I think that's one of the things that I want to understand a little bit better, is that, like, what is inherently inefficient about mixing sworn and non-sworn in a unit that's currently all just sworn officers?
Well, one of the highlights would be the retirement calculations. Our sworn currently receive 3% at 50. Our non-sworn are at 2.7 at 55. So that's a distinction in how everything is calculated regarding their time and their eventual retirement. In addition, our schedules differ greatly. We do have employees, of course, in the police department that do work 24-hour shifts, but there's different considerations when it comes to sworn versus non-sworn. We have to ensure that we align with the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding for SEIU, to ensure that they're getting adequate breaks, that they're working a distinct schedule. So there's a lot of different nuances. I do have a few on the slide that I believe I can go back to that kind of outline what those nuances are, but they are distinct. And we would eventually, if it was to occur that we would bring a general employee into RPOA, we would have to do a carve out. It would be almost like its own standalone MOU within an MOU.
Okay, so by carve out, you mean like a separate agreement?
It would still be within the same agreement, but it would be distinctly for the non-sworn employees.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
And I might say that point was made on page 14 of the slide presentation. It outlined how the benefits are different, and so they'd have to rearrange the RPOA to now have one single unsworn unit and have separate benefits dealing with that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Bada.
Thank you for the presentation. Just some quick questions. You said RPOA objected to the job description. Did they object to the description of the job actually, or its relation to RPOA?
Initially, they objected to some of the, they stated that there was some overlap of duties. As far as what those duties were, I was never informed specifically of what duties they were referring to. However, in December, they issued a determination that they objected to the placement of this position in SEIU due to the overlap of duties, but specific duties, I do not have that information.
Okay, and if I understand your answers to Councilmember Wilson's questions, I would conclude that it's to the advantage of the city. It's less costly to have them within SEIU than RPOA, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I didn't
In
hear
terms
you.
of the benefits and cost of employment, it's more advantageous for the city to have them under SEIU.
It is more advantageous for the city to have them under SEIU.
And could you please show the three options again that we have today?
Are you referring to your, the role in the appeal?
Yes.
I do have that up.
So we either decide one way or another.
Yes, you have the discretion to reconsider the findings, evaluate new documentation that that I presented to you and that you will be hearing from RPOA, and determine the next steps. So that would be to affirm the original decision, to modify conditions based on the evidence that is presented to you today, or reverse the decision if justified.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm a bit confused. So did you just explain the three options or for option one?
Those are the three options. You
Say
can,
it slowly again.
okay, you can affirm my original decision,
Right?
which is to make the determination that the community intervention specialist will be in the SEIU unit.
Okay.
You can modify my determination based on the information that you've received today, or you can reject my determination and
What do
make
you
a
mean by
different.
modify?
You could state that you maybe need more information and we can bring it back to you. You could say that you want the position to sit in a whole different unit. So that would be an example of modification.
Okay. And we have this huge binder. Could you explain what it contains?
So it is materials that were referenced in the presentation. They're the personnel board agenda report, for example, in which we brought forth the community intervention specialist position forward. There's the penal codes and government codes that I referenced as well in my presentation. So it's mainly reference materials that are directly related to the information that I presented today.
Is it going to be posted online for public access?
It will be posted, and we also have a binder here up front for anyone that may want to review the documents as well.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Reading the classification specification, pretty much the job description, and then reading the letter from RPOA's attorneys, they highlight or they bold a couple of different words, and one of them that kind of calls out is low-level emergency. And they are, I'm trying to understand how we're defining emergency and then low-level emergency. Because emergency, to some, might just, an emergency is an emergency. If we have emergency providers, police, fire, they go to an emergency. So are we, is it somewhat semantics, or is it maybe we need to figure out a different legal word to better define that it may, or how we're classifying an emergency to some might not be the same to others. And I just looked up the definition. And again, an emergency is something crucial happening, immediate action is needed. Low-level emergency, you can get to it whenever, it's not as crucial. So maybe we're defining a little different, and maybe it needs a little bit more clarification so they can better define the roles, because it seems that word there keeps coming up.
So the job description is to be a representation of the job duties that may be performed. So they are meant to be general. It is meant to provide an idea of what is expected or a framework as to what the guidelines are regarding the role. But I can say that the committee, the ad hoc committee, they are working out those details right now regarding how a low-level emergency would look, what the response would be, and all those different aspects as well. And I'm not sure if LaShonda White, Deputy City Manager, is online, or Sam Vaughn, but they're also here to answer questions as well.
Thank you, because I think that definition, right, every word matters, and figuring out what it means and what it means to RPOA and what it means to just in general, what does emergency mean? Because that's going to be very important here.
It is my understanding that they are in conversations regarding how the program will look and how it will be rolled out in the community, along with members of RPOA as well, representation.
Okay. Okay, that's it for now.
Any other questions? If not, we'll move on to the appellant statement. You'll have 8 minutes.
Can you guys hear me okay? Okay, I'd emailed earlier about receiving 15 minutes. I'm assuming that request was denied.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Just give me 1 minute. All right, I'm ready to proceed. So just touching briefly on the history of Jonathan Murphy, attorney with Raines Lucia Stern, here on behalf of RPOA. I have 8 minutes, so I'm going to jump right into it, guys. On the history of how this happened, this was not brought to RPOA. This happened on its own. The city went directly to SEIU, negotiated this position, and then tried to put the position into place, which directly said within the internal documents it was taking work from police officers. This absolutely should have been brought to RPOA's attention. It was not. We found out about it. We intervened. In that process, it was determined that the initial attempt in 2024 to put this on the agenda was untimely under the EERR. You couldn't bring it. There's a time frame when you can seek to modify and add to units. It was outside of it. Everyone agreed. This winter, this last winter, a few months ago, the very first timely attempt to insert this unit was made. It was not SEIU, it was not determined to be SIU at that moment. Since that request, there has been a single meet and confer between the union and the city. One. There have been side meetings trying to figure out what specifically these intervention specialists will do, because we don't know. And our initial request here made to the city was not that it shouldn't be SIU, it should be RPOA. This is too early to have this conversation, because contained within the city's own documents, in their determination that the city relied upon, that we appealed to here, which was stated in an email we received on January 27th, they stated it's still subject to meet and confer what specific duties the intervention specialists will have. It is still unclear. If we don't know what they're going to do, how can we possibly know what the community of interest of these individuals are? So that was the subject matter of our single meet and confer on the subject, one. And we have not heard back any specificity as to what they will do. Within that January 27th email from the city, they contained roughly 4 rationale. We did not receive the memo or the PowerPoint presentation the city council just received. I didn't receive this binder until 90 seconds ago. None of this was referenced. What we received was it would be hard to draft a new MOU. It would be difficult because there's different units contained. That the non-sworns are all in SEIU. And the non-sworns, just to be clear, a non-sworn employee is an employee of the police department that is not a sworn officer. Everyone who works for the city of Richmond who is not a police officer is technically non-sworn because they're not sworn police officers. But when we say non-sworn, what we're talking about is employees of the police department who are not sworn. The next 2 community of interest specialists that they talked about, as far as parity to SCIU, to the intervention specialists, are code enforcement officers and change agents. Neither of these two are employees of the police department. They're not non-sworn. They're non-sworn in the same way that a facilities worker is non-sworn. That is not a community of interest. They are non-sworn employees of the police department sharing a common goal and interest with the employees of the police department, including the sworn, the dispatchers, the jailers, the records techs, the evidence techs, the crime analysts, I think I said the dispatchers, and parking enforcement, all of whom, over 80%, have submitted to the city their intent to leave SEIU and join RPOA, which I think scuttles that entire line of argument for the city. As far as efficiency, again, I didn't hear that it would be more expensive. You would be paying these people what you pay them. They would receive the benefits that they're entitled to. It might be somewhat more complicated to incorporate them into the RPOA unit, but it sounds like from what we heard earlier today, you're going to have to do that anyway for the 6 classifications that want to leave SEIU and join RPOA. As far as the retirement system, everyone in RPOA, as referenced by the city earlier, does not receive 3 at 50. All of the younger cops are under PEPRA. They're 2.7 at 57, correct? Correct. So there's already 2 different retirement systems within the police department itself. Adding one more would not complicate that, especially when the city's already applying calculus for multiple retirement systems of multiple employees across the citywide. Yeah, it should not change their pension at all. I don't understand that analysis. And as far as there being multiple different calculus, that already exists within the department. There are already 2 different calculuses within the department. And as highlighting the issues where it would be different, where you would need to carve out things that are different between the sworn employees and the non-sworn employees, the city seems to have already done the work of addressing the things that would need to be changed in the contract, which is a good starting point for when we address the contract that is opening in negotiations right now. Historically, I would point out that these non-sworn employees, going back to the 90s, were a part of the RPOA. For the majority of the existence of the RPOA, the non-sworn staff were part of the union. They broke off in the 90s. They would be rejoining the RPOA similar to what they were for much and most of last century. You know, the analogy to fire and police both having their own unions, I think that goes in our favor here, because RPOA is a single, or the RPD is a single entity. All these people operate under the same roof. Code enforcement isn't under that roof. The community change agents are not under that roof. But the dispatchers, the evidence techs, the jailers, and soon to be these crisis intervention specialists will all be operating under the goal of responding to calls to dispatch of the Richmond Police Department. So citizens of Richmond who need help from the police department, and the police department determining what resources to send to those calls for service. In the documents we received about this position early on, we were told that their goal was to take work away from the police officers, to send these people for calls to service, or calls for service that Richmond police officers are currently going to. That's taking work away from this unit. It's definitely relevant to this unit, and it certainly creates a community of interest between these 2 units closer than I think you compare to any other job classification within the city. Yeah, so separate and apart from this, there is an allegation of bad faith bargaining in that we've had a single meet and confer, one. And this is being railroaded through when we're saying slow down and can we actually know what these people are going to do for a living. Because if they respond to calls of crimes, they cannot detain people. It's not lawful for them to do so. If they get called to an evaluation of someone's mental health, they do not have the training or authority to analyze somebody for 5150 and determine whether or not, am I up?
Yes.
Okay.
Your time has expired.
Thank you. Much appreciated. It's now time for the principal opponent's statement. You'll have 8 minutes.
Good evening, members of the council and the community. My name is Jack Hughes. I provide labor negotiation and labor relations legal services to the city, and I've been asked to respond to Mr. Murphy's comments on behalf of the Human Resources Manager this evening. We are here on a very focused issue, one issue only, and that is the allocation of this new community intervention specialist position to a bargaining unit within the city. That is the only relevant issue before you this evening. There are a variety of labor relations tasks that need to be completed to stand up this program. Mr. Murphy has referred to several of them. The association has objected to the movement of duties from police officers to non-sworn staff. There's an entirely separate process we need to go through associated with that. We've really only begun that process. To date, we've received a grand total of 0 proposals from the RPOA in that process. But we will continue to work on that particular piece, separate and apart from the narrow question presented to you this evening about which bargaining unit this position should be allocated to. As Sharon's PowerPoint presentation shows, when you go through every single factor that is recognized by state law and the Myers-Milius-Brown Act and your local labor relations rules for how you allocate a position to a bargaining unit, issue by issue by issue, all the information favors in the direction of sending this over to SEIU, the general unit. The points that the officers are making, these are duties that we used to do, are perhaps the strongest argument for why this position must not be allocated to the RPOA police officers unit. Because the city's intention in creating this program was to take certain community responses and move them from a law enforcement-oriented solution to a social services-oriented solution. Much of the record we provided you this evening has evidence of that dating back to 2020. If you look at tab 28, you will see a staff report from 2021, almost 4 years to the date from this evening, where it was laid out by the council that the idea was to identify services that were not amenable to a police solution and move them over to a social services solution. You also have a tab 29, and I think it'll address Councilmember Cepeda's question about what are these sort of low-level emergencies that are going to be the responsibility of CIS. If we look on pages 3 and 4 of tab 29, you will see an entire discussion of what is a community or alternative crisis response program. And at the top of page 4, there's an entire chart, 2 columns, of types of responses that will be amenable to a non-sworn peace officer solution. So we know that the city has spent the last 4 years developing thoughtfully what are these duties going to be. They've developed a fully well-informed job description, and that job description can now be allocated to a unit. Legally, a police officer and a community intervention specialist couldn't be much different. Sharon's PowerPoint presentation gave you 2 slides identifying 8 bodies of law that prove the point. To me, the mic drop in all of this is really the labor relations law. The legislature decided in its wisdom in the Myers-Milius-Brown Act that sworn peace officers have a right to have their own dedicated unit. I learned this evening that in the 1990s we had a blended unit of some police departments, sworn and non-sworn positions, and we broke them off. I don't know the history behind that, but doing so is certainly consistent with the theme of the Myers-Milius-Brown Act of having a police officers association, a police officers unit that is just dedicated to the needs and the interests of those sworn officers. To commingle that with one classification now makes no sense. Now, one piece that I don't know that the POA understands is that the community intervention specialist is not a police department job classification, right? It's Office of Neighborhood Safety, an office not located in the police department. So I understand this evening for the first time that there may be some members of the police department staff, non-sworn staff, that want to start an entirely separate process of looking about whether or not they can move from SEIU over to RPOA. Okay? If those police department job classifications want to pursue that process, I'm sure Sharon will be looking into that. But the CIS classification would not be included in that process because it is not a police department position. That is why in this record we've shown you the code enforcement classification and organizational chart. That's the most analogous position we can think of to CIS in the city's organizational structure, where we have a group of folks that are out there on the streets. They're part of the law enforcement of the city. They're directly working with the community, and yet because they don't have those sworn peace officer powers, they are in the SEIU unit and they are not located within the police department. As far as a couple of bureaucratic points, I do want to make sure that it's clear on the record that both Sharon's PowerPoint presentation and the 34 exhibits that have been submitted by the city this evening will be included in the clerk's administrative record of this proceeding in the event that there are other legal proceedings associated with this dispute in other forums later. So I want to make sure that we've formally made that request. Checking my notes. The last piece I think I want to offer is this. Tabs 3 and 4 of this binder. You could pull them out if you wanted to. You have first under tab 3, the Police Officers Association MOU, tab 4, the RPOA MOU. To me, that speaks volumes, those two documents. All you have to do as a city to add CIS to the SEIU unit is go to Appendix A and add a job classification to the list of classes that are already represented by that unit. We don't have to make any other material changes to the labor contract. If we want to add CIS to the POA MOU, we have to start getting into doing major surgery on the agreement, not just adding a whole other pension tier, but a pension tier that deals in a whole different type of retirement, a non-safety retirement. And then we have to go through and start identifying how we're going to exclude these CIS staff from the half dozen items that Sharon listed in her presentation, and then come up with new structures surrounding those issues. Stated differently, we're going to have to rob language from the existing SEIU MOU and move it over to the POA MOU. Why would we do that? It just doesn't make any sense. At every level, if the public policy purpose of the city in creating this program was to differentiate into the minds of both the CIS staff and, more importantly, the members of this community, that there are certain forms of service this city is going to provide using CCRP ROC staff, then putting them in the POA and associating them with the Police Officers Association MOU and its bargaining unit is the antithesis of the message that the creation of that program and the differentiation of its services and its staff could possibly be. It'll be the utter contradiction to assign them to that unit from staff's perspective. So based on that, we would like to request that you affirm the Human Resources Manager's decision in this particular case. And if you have any questions, we're happy to respond to them.
Thank you. Thank you. That's much appreciated. At this point, we will go to public speakers. Public speakers will have 3 minutes each.
We have 13 in-person speakers. As I call your name, please line up behind the speaker's podium. Cordell Hindler, Ben Terrio, Julie Solomon, Rosie, Andrew Melendez, Hope, Jocelyn, Carlos, and Sonia. That's our first, well, I'm sorry, Sonia and then Sahai. First 10 speakers.
Okay. I was going to say. So good evening again, Mayor Martinez, Council. Thank you, Sharon, for this presentation. And so I had everything that I was going to talk about, but it was all covered. So what is the community intervention specialist going to do? It's taking away some of the duties of the police officers. So I'm thinking, like, are they going to provide resources to the families of for being traumatized? So think about this from a perspective. It's like, I think it's a good classification, but I looked at the attachments and I'm like, I had some similar concerns regarding that particular classification. So I'm glad it was all addressed. So I want you to hear from the other speakers before you make your decision.
Ben Terrio.
Ben Terrio, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association. I want to start by saying that the most important facet is that the POA is not against the having the ROC, what they will do, et cetera, whatever that is finally figured out. It will be beneficial to have things that are done by other folks, I think, in the long term. I think time will see that. So, I mean, a lot of people, I think, are They think that the POA is somehow against the principle, but that's not the case. The biggest issue, though, and I got to go right back to it. I mean, I know Mr. Hughes, respect him greatly. He's paid a lot of money. There is not going to be a different pension system. There's no new pension, so that's completely factually inaccurate. The city staff they have a non-sworn pension system, and that's not going to change unless it's changed by Sacramento in the legislature. So I don't understand that. Also, these folks that came in today, they're talking about that we've met with informally, that are asking to leave SEIU. A lot of those people, they do, again, police type work. These folks are going to do police type work. It says in the job description. It says this is what they're going to do. We want them, the community wants folks to do police type work and do it in a different way. Again, how that gets ferreted out will be interesting to see. But the bottom line is those folks are going to be out there. No other, the council created a community advisory board, just like the police commission, same thing, to hold them to account. The only other group of people who have that are the police officers. That's it. So we created an advisory board to hold these folks accountable whenever they get started. There's only 2 groups in the city have that, not the firefighters, not the gardeners, nobody else. So again, these are similar type things. Another similarity, again, is the fact that they're not anywhere close to code enforcement. They're not anywhere close to the neighborhood change agents. Neighborhood change agents don't respond to a radio. They're not dispatched. These folks will be. These folks are going to be operating out of the dispatch center, and how they integrate with the police department and the dispatch center is critical. Because we're going to need to know where they're at and what they're doing, because how that gets merited out in the wash is going to matter, because we need to know where folks are at if we have to come help these folks. And if you look at models across the United States, there are some times where that happens. And looking at also just some other models in other places, Richmond is trying to create its own specific thing, as it should. And so you also have to kind of bifurcate that as well, because you can't build the same thing because of different laws in the states and municipalities elsewhere. It just has to be its own unique thing. And so there will be, in order for this thing to be successful, and we want it to be successful, there has to be a good key integration with the police department and with people who do this type of work. And that is why this fits. We will be able to protect them on a legal defense fund status. We will be able to provide them with the rights and the Peace Officers Bill of Rights protections that they would not normally get, but we would afford that to them.
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Rosie, followed by Andrew Melendez.
Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Rosie. I'm a Richmond resident, and I am on the CAB, Community Advisory Board, for the Community Crisis Response Program. And I'm here in support of hiring a community intervention specialist and against the appeal from our POA. As a board member, my duties are to listen and voice the concerns and feedback from our community when it comes to crises in the community. The board is also supposed to oversee program development and hiring, budget, and networks we collaborate with in the Community Crisis Response Program. However, the Community Advisory Board has not had the opportunity to be included in this. I'm concerned seeing that our community intervention specialist position is being under attack when our advisory board has yet to meet. The program should have been up and running, and the community needs this program and care from specialists trained to respond to our residents who need assistance. I know this because a few years ago, my family needed that help. I called 911 looking for help when my sister needed emotional and physical medical help after hospitals turned us away. And the officer offered to talk to her, but my sister was unwell. She couldn't hold a conversation. He didn't know what to do, and he left, and my sister was bedridden, and I became the main caregiver, and she had to relearn how to walk. Traumatizing moments like this and other stories similar need care rooted in community care and preventative resources rather than criminalization actions stemming from biases and scrutiny. We need to meet our community where they're at, and we need options. This is not about taking jobs from people or vacant positions. This is a program that's about creating real, long-standing, and local, it's a big thing, local effective services that they show up and they give comfort and services to residents who have been traumatized or neglected by different systems. Amid all the politics, there are people, there are residents who need this help. The program is for the community and should be made up of community members who trust this program. And the data is there to prove it, that the city of Richmond can lead by example. Thank you for your consideration.
Andrew Melendez.
Thank you very much, and good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Andrew Melendez, a lifelong Richmond resident, and I'm also an appointed member of the Community Crisis Response Program Community Advisory Board. I'm here today to express my strong support towards maintaining the Community Intervention Specialist position under SEIU Local 1021, as agreed upon by both the Personnel Board as well as the city's Human Resources Director. I wanted to join this Community Advisory Board because I believed in the promise and proven research, right, of community-led crisis response alternatives. And I want to be a part of helping this program be successful and truly community-oriented here in Richmond. A previous speaker mentioned that this advisory board is supposed to be an enforcement mechanism over the CCRP, but this is not the case, right? It's not about holding them accountable as much as giving the community a venue to provide their input to make this as community-driven as possible. And in order for this to be a successful, independent response team, these positions need to be designated under SIU 1021. This belief is rooted in the years and years of research and outreach that has already been done since the program was first introduced by the Reimagining Public Community Safety Task Force back in 2020, right? And since the very beginning there, it's been very clear that Richmond community members throughout the entire city are asking for an alternative response that's entirely separate from the current models that we have right now. And so at this time, our Community Advisory Board has reached the necessary quorum to begin meeting, and as per our bylaws, we must meet 2 to 3 months prior to the launch of the CCRP program, which is scheduled to be launched hopefully sometime this year, I think by August. And I urge this council, again, to deny the request of the RPOA so that at launch, this crisis response program can embody the community vision that Richmond deserves and that Richmond needs. Thank you very much for your time.
Our next speaker is Hope, followed by Jocelyn.
Hello, my name is Hope Dixon, and I'm an educator at Contra Costa College and a Richmond resident. I want to briefly share with you the difference between a patrol officer and a crisis intervention specialist in just a few words. One of these roles carries a lethal weapon, and the other doesn't. Knowing that nationwide at least 25% of people shot and killed by police officers suffer from acute mental health illness at the time that they are killed by police, and you know that percentage goes up significantly when we are talking about our Black and brown community, all that makes it very clear to me that we should not be sending folks with guns to address mental health crises, and that's why we created this program. The trainings are completely different when you have weapons at your disposal and aren't afraid to use them. I can't stop thinking about 17-year-old Victor Perez, who was shot 9 times by police, and the first shots were within 20 seconds of arriving at the scene. He was autistic, nonverbal, and this happened last month in Idaho. In February, Richmond City Police shot and killed 51-year-old Jose Mendez. No rhyme or reason why they couldn't use the less than lethal fourth weapons we've heard so much about here. I think about so many lives taken too soon. Crisis intervention specialists and patrol officers are very different. They have different goals, and this program will serve no one if these positions are forced to ultimately report to a policing structure. This discussion is shameful, and honestly, coming to these meetings, it starts to feel, and again, I talk only about systems, but that the police union are kind of being villainous. Like, why don't you want to work with us, with the community, to serve the community? And why is the process of providing crisis intervention counselors being dragged out at every stage? Please consider helping us to move forward and get ROC going, because this community needs it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jocelyn, followed by Carlos.
Hi, good evening. I'm a proud member of Reimagined Richmond, and also I live in the District 12, so proudly represented by Vice Mayor Cepeda. So I'm here today to ask for you to oppose the proposition by the RPOA. It's been almost 5 years, if not more, for the City of Richmond community members advocating for this program or a program like this, and it feels like we're playing some kind of political game and back and forth that's delaying this. I want to be clear that this program, the Community Crisis Response Program, it is not reinventing the wheel. This is not something that's new here. This is something that there are programs very similar in many cities across the United States, as like illustrated by this awesome map that we have here. And the developmental stage of this program was heavily based on the best practices by multiple entities and institutions that have helped develop these crisis response programs, all of which recommend that this position remains autonomous from the police. And this CIS position is designed and trained to do different work from the police. These are part of continuum of care. Just as one of our peers just talked about, oftentimes our community members are left and abandoned with needs that the police just can't address. It's not within their scope of their duties and their practices. And so it's very important to just emphasize that this position should not be a part of the RPOA. The City of Richmond's report with Urban Strategies Council showed that within a cohort of 483 Richmond residents, 87% of them expressed support of a well-trained community response program instead of a police. And so designating this position as an RPOA would go against our community's voice. Simply put, the police aren't trained to respond to these crises, and we know this. We know this because of the countless of Black, brown, queer, trans lives that have been lost or experienced harm to police violence. We know this because on Tuesday of this year, February 24th of this year, Jose de Jesus Mendez, a 50-year-old unhoused resident, was shot and killed by the Richmond police as they were answering a wellness check. Our community deserves empathy and compassion as a response to crisis. And at its core, the goal of this program was to reduce mass incarceration and criminalization of BIPOC, immigrant, queer, and trans folks. And we cannot do that if we align the CCRP, the CIS position with an entity that has historically and presently caused harm and mistrust. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carlos, followed by Sonia.
Good evening, City Council members. I'm a Richmond resident, and I'm here this evening because I'm in favor of the Community Intervention Specialist position being under the SEIU. It doesn't make sense for this position to be under the RPOA when they're consistently telling us that they're overworked and understaffed. How safe and efficient can overworked officers be dealing with people that are experiencing mental health issues? Please put this position under the SEIU 1021. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sonia, followed by Sahai.
Hello, City Council. My name is Sonia. I'm a Richmond resident in District 6, and I'm also a therapist. And I was a community-based mental health worker for 5 years in Contra Costa County, working largely with Richmond youth and families. And so I'm here to really speak in favor of keeping the community intervention specialist position under SEIU. It's vital that it's separate from the police, as has already been beautifully spoken to. The point of this program is to provide care and support people in building trust that when they have a need, they can reach out and that need will be seen with love and care and met on a continuum of care as opposed to criminalized or punished. And this is an opportunity to build trust with Richmond residents through listening to their voices. There's been so much research and community input that has gone into this, and the community wants this program to be separate from police and needs it. And it's been delayed. We need it now. There's no more time to keep going back and forth. This program is in place. There's been a lot of labor and love that has gone into this. And I can't tell you, when I sit, at my old job in community-based programs with so many youth and families, I have been with people who are in a crisis and have a need and are afraid to call the police. There's no trust. They just see the police as causing harm, but they do need someone to reach out to. I've also sat with so many youth and processed trauma that has been inflicted on them when they reached out to the police. So this is a vital program that addresses the need, and addressing needs prevent ongoing crisis. It actually creates safety and also prevents crime, honestly, right? It's not just punishing, it's meeting a need and taking care of people, which provides true safety, connecting to resources, ongoing well-being. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Sahai, and with the following Speakers, please come forward and line up behind the speaker's podium. Jamin Purcell, Leslie, and our last in-person speaker will be Crescent. Sahai.
Thank you. My name is Sahai Burrows. I'm an 8-year Richmond resident and homeowner, and I'm a professor of public health at Touro University, California, and a member of the Community Advisory Board for CCRP. And I'm speaking in support of keeping CCRP's Community Intervention Specialist classification assignment in SCIU. In my 3 decades of public health work, I have found that meeting social and health needs in communities requires having a diverse ecosystem of care and crisis response. It's not in any way unusual to have, in a well-functioning municipality like Richmond, to have an array of programs and people to whom community members can call in a crisis, ranging from social workers to public health nurses to firefighters, community extension workers, EMTs, lay members of the community. And none of these responders all have different skills and mandates, and none of them are traditionally linked to the police or report to the police in any way. Richmond created the CCRP out of a desire to maintain this kind of diversity and to have a safe and trusted source of support for neighbors when they're in a crisis. What we're trying to avoid is the spreading monoculture, as opposed to this diversity, of social care and governance in which every community member's call for help is met with a uniform and uniformed response, an armed response. It has been argued repeatedly before this council that having armed police officers, 6-figure salaries, respond to things like welfare checks and mental health crises and loitering complaints is incredibly inefficient, it's often ineffective, and it's largely unwanted by our community. CCRP responders who will handle these calls will do different work from that of the police with a different training and with a different mandate. They will respond to calls that the police themselves have said that they do not want. Putting CCRP responders in the police union would complicate its management, as you've seen. It would obscure the distinction between the program and the police in the eyes of the community. This, in turn, would reduce trust and potentially reduce utilization of the program, which would be a waste of taxpayer money. Maintaining a clear distinction between CCRP and police response is particularly important now that so many members of our community are living in terror of federal immigration policies. Finally, having CCRP responders in the police union would contribute in the best practices of these types of programs. These programs are not mysterious. They have been tested in cities that are larger than Richmond, but that have more complex needs. So thank you for your time. I'll stop.
Jamin Purcell, followed by Leslie.
Well, I just think the last speaker was amazing. She covered a lot. So I'm just going to say that I really appreciate the report that was done by Sharon and by HR. I mean, they understand that this is a loaded question, and they understand that there is a lot of controversy about bringing in these types of programs. But the thing is that we are talking about not what the program does, but where is it best going to serve the employees? And I think that we need to look at what was advised by our staff who put in all this time. Now, I understand, I'm glad to hear that Ben said that they're not against this program, and this program is not against the police department either. This program is entirely about trying to make sure that our citizens of Richmond are being served the best possible way by people who are going to be able to have the skills necessary to be able to address their needs. And these are for mental health crises, nonviolent offense issues, and trying to make sure that people are going to be receiving aftercare and follow through that is not through a punitive legal system, but is through a way that is going to try and ensure that they are going to be able to be taken care of. This is something that we have had a problem with in America because we have gotten rid of so many social services over the years. We've gotten rid of all of the ways that we have been able to address these social issues, and we have dumped it on the police officers, and this is unfair to them, and this is why we are creating this department. And so I really want to uplift what the staff and the staff report and the hard work that was put into it, and trying to address the issue at hand and not get caught up in the politics of it. And so I hope that you will approve what was suggested by staff. Thank you.
Next speaker is Leslie. Leslie?
No, but I'm Julie. You called me earlier, but didn't actually call me to speak. I was right after Benterio. I submitted a form.
What's your name?
Julie Salomon.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks. My name is Julie Salomon. I've been a Richmond resident for 10 years. This is my first city council meeting. I want to thank everybody for their time and attention to this important matter. I specifically want to thank both the presentations from the city, particularly, I forgot the name of our attorney here, but what he said about, I've been pleased to be a Richmond resident because we've spent, seems to me, the last decade or so voting in progressive folks that will give us alternatives to policing. And I am the mother of an autistic kid. And ever since my kid got her autism diagnosis, I've been reading in the paper about police shooting and killing autistic people because they don't respond to police commands and are deemed a threat. So I just want to say from that particular personal place, the Richmond community is desperate for non-policing alternatives to issues that we would like city help with. And by keeping this an independent, I mean, I can't say it any better than anybody else has. The idea here is to give us a bunch of different options when we need help. And if I've got an autistic kid in meltdown, the last thing I want to do is call police with a gun, because I know myself how difficult it can be to get that kid to respond to commands, okay? So we have different issues in this community that desperately need different kinds of training, and I appreciate this body doing what it can to get that training and those trained people to the community. We're ready for it. We are desperate for it. We're ready for this to be over. We need for them to be independent, and I hope that we can get this program moving as soon as possible. Thanks very much.
Our next speaker is Leslie. Okay, then our last in-person speaker is Crescent.
Hi, thank you. My name is Crescent Diamond. I'm a Richmond resident, lesbian homeowner in Belding Woods neighborhood, District 1, and I'm a member of Reimagine Richmond. I can't say more than all these eloquent speakers before me, but I just want to say that now more than ever in our current climate, where queer, transgender, and BIPOC folks are under attack, even more than ever, by what is supposed to be our democratic government, and is supposed to be upholding our civil rights, but is actually trying to take them away. We're all living scared and angry and not trusting authorities. And we're also having our mental health resources taken away. And so we need someone who is independent from the police department to be coming and helping folks. And I know that Dr. Brown is an expert in social work, and so I know that you understand that we need this separation and we need people who are truly trained to help people. Thank you.
That was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers. We have 9 speakers. 9 speakers.
And those 9 speakers are Raymond Wendell, Noah Cantu, Amber Hartfeld, Oscar Garcia, Carmen Martinez, Emily Ross, Sarah C., Kevin, and Abigail will be our last speaker. Raymond, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, Council. My name is Raymond Wendell. I'm hello, can you hear me? Oh, yes. Okay, thank you. My name is Raymond Wendell. I'm a San Pablo resident with close Richmond ties, and I support the city's determination that the community intervention specialist is appropriately categorized under SEIU as a service employee and not RPOA, the Richmond Police Officers Association. I really strongly disagree that it would in any way be appropriate to place this new position in the Police Officers Union. So I think we saw in the first presentation, it's actually been 5 years now since the city started taking steps toward creating the program that's now called ROC. And if I recall correctly, the whole purpose of the program in the first place was, as other speakers have been pointing out, to diversify the city's set of tools for responding to community members' crises and emergencies. What that means is not relying solely on police to meet all community members' needs. Members of the community have all different kinds of crises, and some of them are not appropriately responded to by police. One size does not fit all. And cities all over the country have realized this, and they've developed alternative crisis response programs where social workers and all different kinds of different professionals are able to respond in ways that police officers just are not trained to do. These programs have been wildly successful, and they've saved funds and they've saved lives. And so Richmond is not the first to do this. It's not unprecedented, and yet it is in a way revolutionary, because the people of Richmond have stood up and said, we want a different vision of community safety. We want a community safety that's rooted in care, not criminalization. To classify the community intervention specialist as a police officer, part of a collective bargaining unit made up only of sworn police officers, would totally undermine all of the work that the task force did, all of the work that city staff and this council have done to develop ROC. And let's face it, that is the whole point. Whatever they say publicly, the police union wants to undo all that work. The argument that gives them away is the idea that somehow the community intervention specialist would benefit from the protections of the police officer Bill of Rights. They're not going to be carrying deadly weapons. They're not going to be using force on people. That logic is really trying to force them into the mold of a police officer when by design, that is not what they are. Our PIOA wants to stand in the way of what the community wants. Please don't let them. Crises are not crimes. I urge you to affirm city staff's determination that the community intervention specialist belongs in SEIU. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Noel Cantu. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Marisol Cantu. I'm very excited that after 5 years, I was on the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force member. So I want to speak first as being a part of that task force and the commitment that the Richmond City Council made in 2020, which is to direct staff to prepare a plan to transition from Richmond's current community policing model to plan conducive to a plan conducive to reduced police force. Reduced police force. That means that a non-police option for community crisis was voted on and approved. After that, the task force moved, created models, worked with many different city staff, and hundreds of public comments came in support of this. And I know that we have new council members that may not remember that history. So I want to remind you, and I'm really disappointed y'all are asking questions that were in the agenda report that were that are already known and historic for the last 5 years. So please do your homework if you're on city council. I'm very disappointed with what questions I'm hearing right now. The Urban Strategies Council had a 74% approval rate with their about 450 community surveys. In that report, 84 pages, I have read it as a community member and resident. Why haven't you? Those calls were loitering, mental health crisis, wellness checks, parties, and music. So many nonviolent calls that can be and should be responded by a community interventionist specialist. Since council promised this last year, there have been over 3,600 calls that could have been responded to by an SEIU 10-to-1 community intervention specialist. The RPOA and Ben Terrio is playing double sides here. One public comment, he is saying 100% We need an alternative, and yet he's backing a police union that wants more higher paid positions. And the police budget is already bloated enough. We're already at over 30% of our police budget. This is unsustainable. You just had a budget session. Continuing for this long after 5 years, we could have saved hundreds of thousands, possibly millions of dollars by putting in a community intervention specialist. Y'all need to be fiscally responsible.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amber Hatfield. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council members. My name is Amber Hatfield, and I'm a Richmond resident in District 3. I would like to speak in favor of upholding Director Taylor's decision and designating community intervention specialists for Richmond's Community Crisis Response Program as contractual employees of this much anticipated and desperately needed program, rather than employees of the police department. I believe in the potential of this program to have massive positive impact on our neighborhoods, starting with immediately providing a new option for families dealing with housing insecurity and those struggling with mental health issues, by responding to issues like wellness checks, noise complaints, loitering, and other situations that community members sometimes feel unprepared to deal with. Supportive crisis responders would have an opportunity to meet people with services rather than fines, arrest, incarceration, or even death. The family of unhoused Richmond resident Jose de Jesus Mendez had been calling the police for help in dealing with him for years, and the police department could not help. Having a restraining order did not help. The direct reason for his death was that he could not bear being the thought of being caged, and the police officers responding on the scene knew this and pursued him anyway, choosing to believe that he was brandishing a knife when he was not, and choosing to end his life because they had the training and the means to do so. It's possible that he would still be alive today if his family had had the option to call the crisis response line instead of the police years ago. And being able to call on responders who are not trained to kill and are instead armed with knowledge and training and care and services, that could have saved Jose's life. And it could have made a huge difference in the life of his family and in our entire community. But given the potential to drastically improve the lives of our most vulnerable community members and the potential to reduce calls that the police are not well trained to deal with, I would think that the Police Officers Association would be in full support of this program. And I'm not sure why the police department would like to continue taking mental health calls when they claim to be overburdened with work and unable to attend to all of the 911 calls that come to them. Crises come in different forms, and we should have an array of appropriate responses to deal with them. Keeping this program designated as a fully service-based program will ensure that our new responders can truly reach out with care and kindness. Thank you so much for considering this matter carefully.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Oscar Garcia. Please unmute yourself and you may begin. Oscar Garcia, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening. My name is Oscar Garcia. I'm a resident of the Iron Triangle. It's very frustrating to see all this time and energy being put into setting up the CCRP when the county already provides this service via the A3 program. What the city doesn't have is an adequate enforcement of tobacco regulations. And so our youth are currently being poisoned by shady smoke shops, mainly in District 1, 3, and 6. I actually test drove A3 recently. They did a great job doing a welfare check on my mentally ill cousin. They have a phone line that is managed well, and I encourage all of you to check it out. Why is the city wasting its time and money on this as our kids are being poisoned by the smoke shops? The community has been very vocal that we need to control the smoke shops, and today you're not doing that. So I looked at Claudia, Jamila, and Doria to think about all those smoke shops in your district that are poisoning our Black and brown youth. Why not invest in a regulatory unit to protect the health of our youth affected by the shady smoke shops? Why not encourage people to use A3 and put all this energy to protect our youth being poisoned by smoke shops? All 83 of those smoke shops. As for which union, in my opinion, that should be up to the CCRP employees. They should be the ones to decide which unions they should be represented by. And I'll end with, based on my experience with my mentally ill cousin, the CCRP would never replace the police. Recently, the police have had to intervene with my mentally ill cousin as his condition has gotten worse, and they did a great job. So I encourage folks to do their homework, utilize the services that we already have available to us at the county level, something that's not available in Alameda County, and that's why Berkeley and Oakland has set up their own program. And instead, we need to adequately use these resources and protect our youth, which are being actively poisoned in our poorer parts of the city. So I look to the leaders of those districts to please do the right thing and prioritize that urgent health crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Carmen Martinez. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, council members. My name is Carmen, D1 resident. First, I want to thank Sharon and the HR for the presentation that was given today. I am speaking today in strong support of the immediate and appropriate designation of the Community Intervention Specialist position outside of the Richmond Police Officers Association and within SEIU 1021. Richmond has been fighting for a community-led crisis response for over 5 years. 5 years. This is ridiculous. In that time, we have lost lives. Those tragedies might have been avoided with a non-police trained crisis responder. And we cannot afford this anymore. We cannot afford delays. We need to start moving forward. The CIS role isn't about taking away work from the police. It's about making sure people in crisis get the care they need from someone trained to provide it. Programs like this have been proven effective and life-saving in cities like Albuquerque, Denver, and Durham. The Vera Institute, NYU, and Harvard have all backed this model as best practice. Richmond's own Community Crisis Response Program is designed in collaboration with the Vera Institute to be community-centered, city-invested, and union-powered, but crucially autonomous from the police. Placing the CIS position under RPOA undermines everything this program stands for. CCRP and the CIS staff have a different mandate, training, and approach from police. They are non-sworn, unarmed, and trained to de-escalate and connect people with care, not criminalize them. HR's recommendation to keep the classification outside of the RPOA is correct and aligns with the actual operational responsibilities of this job. Let's be real, not all 911 calls require a badge and a gun. EMTs, firefighters, and county crisis responders take 911 calls without being part of the RPOA. This is no different. If the city caves to the RPOA's attempts to claim any and all crisis response as police work, we risk turning a visionary healing center program into just another arm of the criminal legal system. Richmond needs care, not criminalization. We need connection, not control. The CIS position must be designated outside of the RPOA to honor the vision, the data, and the community that's been demanding this for years. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Emily Ross. Emily, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, council and community. My name is Emily Ross. I'm a Richmond resident. I'm calling to support you affirming the HR director's original decision and deny the appeal. I'll start on just a personal, when I think about some of the lowest mental health moments I've had in my life, just about the only thing I can imagine that would make that worse would be if a cop had been there. And I think we have a widespread recognition that that is the case. And this program all along the way we've hashed out, where this program should be housed. And so we're sort of revisiting things we've already decided. This position is designed to do different work than the police. So the HR director's determination is so clear. Honestly, I think the legal case made it was so compelling, and all the reasons. It's legally distinct, the union fragmenting, the precedent. And on the overlapping duties tip, what a lot of roles sort of have overlapping duties. What makes RPD unique is that they carry weapons and have the ability to arrest, and that is not needed in this role. To the comment about the overlap with A3, A3, supports Richmond having its own program and has stated the ways it is not redundant. I feel like, people have said beautiful things. So I'm going to just note that in general, I have a great deal of respect for those that ride for their people. And unfortunately, in the case of RPOA, it's so clear that your people is police officers. It's not the municipality that you work within. It's not the broader community as a whole. Stalling this program's launch, threatening to sue the city over this unit determination is really evidence of that. I'm going to just close with a quote from Ben Terrio, 2022. We need to support and expand non-law enforcement intervention strategies. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sarah C. Sarah, please state your last name for the record. Unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, my name is Sarah Cantor, Richmond resident. I started out this item with so many points that I wanted to make about how strong HR Director Sharon Taylor's case was, how strong the legal case is, all of these things. And those points have just been made, and it's extremely clear through this entire presentation that there is one choice that is legal and supported by strong evidence, and then there's one side that is a very plain-faced attempt to block the implementation and actual moving forward of this program. Ben Terrio, the president of the police union, and Oscar Garcia, who just spoke, who was I believe, our only public commenter to speak in favor of moving this position to the RPOA, that they have both been trying to kill this program from day one and haven't been able to do it. This question has been legislated many times of whether this program should exist. It's been determined that it should. We're moving forward with it. The position creation has been approved. We're just asking about this one question here. And to Ben Terrio and Oscar Garcia and the police union legal team and everyone trying to push this, we can see what you're doing, and this is embarrassing. The fact that you can't take no for an answer and that you keep trying to do this is embarrassing. I hope that you are embarrassed. I hope that you feel bad about the ways that you are trying to protect yourself at the expense of community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kevin. Kevin, please unmute yourself. State your last name for the record. You may begin.
Thank you. I'm audible?
Yes.
Thank you. Kevin Tisdale, Code Enforcement Officer and President of the Richmond Chapter, SEIU. SEIU lends its support on this matter to the city and the findings by the Employee Relations Officer. We respect the rights and roles of all city employees, both safety and non-safety, sworn and non-sworn, as a singular goal is to provide the best service possible to the community. The Crisis Intervention Specialist is a paraprofessional civilian classification located within the Community Services Department in the Division of Office of Neighborhood Safety. The goal of this community intervention specialist within ONS is to provide the community with a range of mental health services, including unhoused prevention programs and other community-directed self-help, educational, and crime prevention programs. This position and the ROC crisis team was a council-appointed goal to serve the community and to fill a range of benefits specific to mental health that the community needs and deserves. The ROC program is similar to other 811 and 311 programs throughout the Bay Area. ONS currently holds various positions that work alongside the community to prevent gun violence and to resolve matters before they escalate to the realm of criminal involvement. The ROC program also holds management positions that were mentioned by Sharon in her presentation, including the crime prevention manager, which is also housed in ONS. And the crime prevention manager is represented by the mid-manager's local 21 unit and not the Richmond Police Management Unit. This position was created in March of 2024, and the community is awaiting the service from this classification. And again, we urge the City Council to uphold the employer relations officer's finding. Give my time. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Abigail. Abigail, please unmute yourself, state your last name for the record, and you may begin.
Hi, good evening. My name is Abigail Esquivias. My career has been dedicated to serving immigrant communities, and I currently work serving immigrant Richmond residents. I'm speaking in support of placing the community intervention specialist role within SEIU. I want to uplift what so many others have shared tonight. This role exists because people called for a different kind of response, one that doesn't rely on punishment or enforcement, especially when someone is in crisis or just simply existing in a public space. Programs like this work because they're separate from police and because care requires a different approach with different training and a different purpose. I'll also add that right now, we're seeing new threats and policies that target and criminalize non-citizens. For the communities that I work with, this deepens fear, and it also makes it harder to seek help or feel safe calling for assistance. That fear only grows when programs like this one are linked to police. Placing the role under RPOA would go against the purpose it was created to serve. This program reflects what Richmond residents asked for. The existence of another program like A3 doesn't make this one duplicative. It shows that meeting the full range of community needs takes more than one response. That kind of trust can't be built within the same systems that have caused harm. The public has waited long enough. We've heard tonight that it's too early to make this determination, but the truth is this conversation isn't new. The community has been clear from the beginning. This role should exist out of police structures. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no more speakers for this item.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh. All right. We will go to the appellate's rebuttal for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Jonathan Murphy again. What I did not just hear is how being represented by RPOA would prevent any of the goals that we just heard. I also didn't hear why SEIU would help in accomplishing of any of those goals. This is not about making this position police officers. This is about a community of protections and benefits for employees engaged in a shared endeavor, which is responding to calls for service to serve the community of Richmond. To say it's simple to just add another dues payer to the SEIU roster is not to say it's the right thing to do. While I disagree that it's hard to cut and paste sections of SEIU MOU into this MOU, just because it's hard is not an excuse to not do what's right. Here, what is POBAR? POBAR is a statewide law that protects peace officers. In Richmond, the Police Officers Public Safety Officer Procedural Bill of Rights is applied in administrative investigations to non-sworns, dispatchers, evidence techs, all of them. It's not required by statute, but it's done by practice. They need people who understand the protections and can protect them in these investigations, which will come. If you're in a public serving role engaging with members of the community, you will receive complaints. There will be investigations. Right now, members of SEIU that undergo these investigations ask RPOA to represent them in those investigations. They are not members of the union, but they do it because they're the only ones who can. This is why the SEIU non-sworn members are coming back. They need LDF protection, which, by the way, PORAC LDF is a shared risk-sharing fund statewide. They provide protections for non-SWORD employees. They can join LDF, they can join RPOA, they can have the protections that they need for the administrative investigations, which are absolutely coming if they're joining this group. Notably, SEIU just called in. It's the first time they've commented throughout this entire process. We had a meeting where we were supposed to engage on this matter. They were invited, they didn't show. 3 minutes in public comment is the first time we've heard from them. Where were they investigating the members that needed representation? Where were they meeting, and where are they now?
Thank you. It is now time for the opponent's rebuttal.
I'll redirect you to Section 9 of your rules. It lays out the factors you are to consider. Most of the PowerPoint slides that Ms. Taylor showed you focused on the second factor, what makes organizational sense within your workforce. Those slides speak for themselves. I've spoken to them. I have nothing more to add. The first factor was, what does the city need? Or stated differently, what's the community need? I can't say it better than what these folks said, so I refer you to their comments. They've illustrated for you this evening what the community needs in all this. And they need this position to be an SEIU. It's as simple as that.
Thank you. I will close the public hearing. And now it's time for clarification questions to staff or technical questions to applicants. Do we have any?
Mr. Mayor? Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Could I make a statement first? You know, members of the public are able to make comments and it can be relevant or not relevant to the issue at hand. A lot of the comments made tonight had a tinge to it as if this was an attack and possibly we weren't going forward or the idea of the crisis intervention was at issue. The idea of the crisis intervention position is not at issue. It's just an issue of which unit we should put it in. That's the issue. It would be, you know, when a lot of the comments that were brought out tonight, it would be natural for the council to kind of want to explain, address, but these broader issues are not at question here, which several people brought out. The issue is, where do we put this unit? And I know that the council is committed to going forward with this, and the public need not fear that. I would request, if possible, the council stick to the issues at hand. And the public, I'm assuring the public that this is not undercutting the commitment to this, to the crisis intervention option. The union had a perfect right to challenge the process. They did bring this challenge. It's being considered tonight. Making this decision is part of moving things forward, and it's a perfectly proper exercise, and it's just one of the steps we go through in our system to make decisions. But I think from this point, I think the question really needs to be focused on this question of which unit is more appropriate. The council makes that decision, and that's the decision we need tonight to move everything along.
Thank you. So when we have these clarification questions or technical questions, they must refer to the documents that we have and not to anything else. If I feel that you're going off course, I will cut you off or redirect you. Okay? So, Vice Mayor?
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of questions that I need some clarification on. The PERB
what is the next steps here? What happens regardless of how we vote today? How much longer are we waiting to being able to hire the first person and what's the next steps with the PERB? And
if the RPOA is dissatisfied with the City Council's decision this evening, then they could bring that to the Public Employment Relations Board and have them review the appropriateness of upholding the city manager's unit determination. Realistically, that is likely the last step in the process. In theory, the decision of PERB could be appealed to the Court of Appeal, but it seems unlikely a question as narrow as this would be taken to that form, but technically that is possible.
time frame, if that was to be?
PERB matters are administered on an inconsistent basis in terms of their timeline. Sometimes you have an answer in a matter of months. Sometimes you're looking at a procedure that takes years. The unit determination question is a rather finite one, and I would hope that the PERB staff will be able to administer that in a shorter timeline rather than a longer one, but I don't want to speak for them. But my experience has been between months and years in getting things resolved in that forum.
And are we able to hire individuals while this is going through that process?
Once you make a determination, you can certainly start hiring staff. If at some point either the City Council or the Human Resources Director or a authority figure north of the city makes a decision that the classification needs to be moved from one unit to the next, it just simply means that the staff in those job classifications then move from, let's say, SCIU to POA or vice versa. I wouldn't think that there'd be any reason why you wouldn't be able to go ahead and hire community intervention specialists and get them working under Mr. Romero's leadership.
Thank you. And just hearing some of the comments from the appellant, and then earlier comment too, that it sounds like we're still trying to figure out which tasks. I was reading the attachment 9 that you referenced, and some of the calls here, I'm still trying to figure out what the word emergency, how are we applying it in non-emergency? And I don't know if that's where everything is stuck. Again, from the letter, this is in this. I feel like it needs to make sure that we're clarifying, and maybe that will move us along a little faster. And I don't know if that's part of the process as well.
There is a agenda report in your packet that delineates the expectations of what this position will fulfill. As stated previously, it would be wellness checks. There may be noise disturbances. It would be low-level types of events. However, as I stated earlier, LaShonda White, Deputy City Manager, who is overseeing the program, may have additional information, but that is along the lines of what this position would be expected to do. This is a social service position, so it wouldn't be just asking, for example, some of our unhoused residents to move along, but also to be a warm handover to a facility or a service that could provide them immediate services. And so that would be an example of the type of work. It wouldn't be one-dimensional, but it would be a little bit more full in that it would be the full cycle of providing services. And again, that's not to state that that isn't occurring now with our police department, but this would be a further enhancement to provide those services to our community, as it was stated, another option, so to speak.
Thank you. And then, do we know how other cities are classifying these particular groups?
Currently, in our analysis, they are in the general employees. They are not in a sworn unit.
So just to try to go with the same verbiage we're using, so are they under POA or non-POA?
Non-POA.
So other cities are also doing non-POA, or I should say that's one of the options that they've selected. Okay, thank you. And then just to put out there, how many times have we done meet and confer or try to do meet and confer with the union?
There's been several instances where we met. True enough, after the determination, we met with them in accordance with the EER, but prior to that, when RPOA first stated that they were not in agreement with the job description, we met with them several times to discuss it. In addition, we brought Sam Vaughn, our ONS director, Michael Romero, as well as LaShonda White, to those conversations to bring forth additional understanding around what the ROC program was going to offer the community, as well as this particular position. So I do not fully agree with that we did not meet prior to December or January.
Okay, perfect. No more questions for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Bana?
Thank you. So I'm confused by the whole thing. I wonder if it's a fight to expand unions, this union or that union, because it seems like the job description doesn't change. Am I right? It's just which union it will be with.
That is correct. The job description has been approved by the Personnel Board, so there will be no further revisions unless it is so directed. But the job description will stay as it is. What we are coming forth today is to hear the appeal of the Richmond Police Officers Association and make a determination if my decision will be upheld or if you will come to another determination.
So they complained that you didn't tell them about this position and went to SEIU. Why would you have had to inform them? Is there a law or rule?
There is it is stated in our employer-employee relations resolution that new positions will need to go through the meet and confer process. At the time of establishing the community intervention specialist, we made the determination that would be SEIU. This is in accordance with previous protocol, previous procedures for as long as I've known. Unit determinations and job descriptions have been created. So this interpretation of the employer-employee resolution was definitely a different request, but we were willing to come to the table and discuss their concerns.
But since you are effectively taking some of their tasks away, were you not obligated to talk to them directly?
We did engage in the meet and confer process once it was brought to our attention that they had that concern. But it was never the intention for the community intervention specialist to take work away from another unit. As I stated before, we were looking at this position as a social service position that would have almost a adjacent focus on still providing services to the community, but in a different way.
Can we ask the other side questions as well? My questions are for both sides.
The opportunity to ask them questions is when they were testifying. The hearing is closed at this point.
Nobody told us we could ask them. I thought that they presented and there were, public comments and now.
We indicated that you could ask questions of them as a part of their testifying if you chose to do so.
Okay, I'm confused when there are two sides. How come we can ask one side, not the other side? Is there any way we can have them answer questions now?
If you want to reopen the hearing and give them more time.
Actually, it says clarification questions to staff or technical questions to applicants. So they have to be.
The question is, what's a technical question?
I'm sorry?
What is a technical question?
Well, I would like to know if there, for example, I have several questions. One of them is, if they're representing RPOA, what difference does it make to them if it goes under RPD or doesn't? If it's not a sworn officer, their union, it is very technical, their union is sworn officers. How could they defend a position outside that under police department?
The issue is, once you reopen and let people start answering questions, it often goes into a lot of other areas. So
Can we have limits for them, like 1 minute answer? We need to make a decision, right?
No, you can continue it to another time if you don't, if you're, this hearing's been presented, it's given you the information. You can ask questions of staff because we're not public hearing, making a public hearing presentation.
Okay,
But-
it was not made clear to me, and I feel like my rights as a council member are not respected. So I leave it to the mayor to allow us to ask questions from both sides or not, or postpone it to another time.
It does say clarification questions to staff or technical questions to applicants.
Thank you.
So it has to be a technical question.
It is a technical question. I just shared it.
If your question is, why do you care about this? That's not a technical question.
It is a technical question about the union.
No, it's about their motivations, where they're coming from.
I just asked our attorney if it's about expanding unions. The answer was yes.
Well, no, I don't, that's not the answer. And in fact, we should not comment on, you asked what we thought their motive was in doing this. I didn't, that's not the answer I heard, is that we were commenting on that. And I think it would be inappropriate for staff to be commenting on the motivation.
To me, it's a technical question. What's the whole point we're fighting about here? I mean, both sides, what's the argument? And I need to be clear on that.
They want it in their union. Staff has decided that they think it's more appropriate in SEIU, and they've given a bunch of specific reasons that meet legal requirements as to why they think it goes in that union.
Their union
Right.
only contends...
Excuse me, the question that you asked has already been answered.
No, it's not.
Yes, it has been answered. If you listen to what was presented, that was answered.
How was it answered? What's the answer?
Shall we do a replay?
Well, I'm not clear. I missed the answer if there was any. I wonder why it has to be under the police department if it's not in the RPOA. Why is RPOA defending someone not in their union but under police department? What's the answer?
They want it to be an RPOA.
No.
No, they do.
They say it's non-sworn opposition. It's not.
It would be
RPOA is
in the
only sworn position.
RPOA union. That's what their whole position has been.
Right.
Okay. It was my impression that they were saying dispatchers and others are non-sworn.
Well, so dispatchers are non-sworn and they're in SEIU. What they're saying is that they may be applying to go into the RPOA union, but that's not before you.
Got it. Thank you. And what they claim that POBAR is something that defends them and investigation and everything. Is that true?
They're
And what is LDF
what they
were talking
represented is that people in this new position may have claims made against them.
Right.
And that POBAR will, under circumstances, may provide a defense.
Right.
That hasn't, so there's questions around that. Like, can they get a defense, could those persons get a defense in other circumstances? Could they get a defense through the city? So that's a whole set of questions that you don't have evidence on.
My question basically is, how much is it cost to the city for those employees getting defense through RPOA or through us? Which one is financially to our benefit?
That's a hypothetical, because we don't know what sorts of charges there are. And not knowing that, we have no idea, what the possibilities are. So we're not here to answer hypotheticals. We're here to decide whether or not it should be RPOA or SEIU.
Yeah, but we need to consider hypotheticals to be able to make a decision about it, right?
Not when the hypotheticals can't be answered.
Wow. I was asking Dave if it
Well,
could be answered or not.
I'm not prepared to answer that.
Okay, you're not
we'd
prepared to
have to
answer.
go out and look at specific situations in order to give you actual cost numbers.
Okay,
I don't have those tonight.
okay. And there were references made to reducing police force, and I sense an anti-police bias from the public comments.
That
were
has
here.
nothing to do with our decision.
No, I'm trying to explain what my concern is, if I may.
If the concern does not refer to what is on paper, you should not have that concern
You're
in your
not allowing me to
decision-making.
talk or ask any questions. I'm going to stop here. I have serious concerns. I'm a council member. I need to make a decision, and you keep stopping me. I don't appreciate that.
Well, I'm sorry, you're asking things that have nothing to do with what is in the paper.
That is what you think. But what paper? I mean, we need to make a decision, right?
Okay, the item that
I
we're
stop
discussing.
in protest to your stop.
Okay, Councilmember Brown?
Thank you so much. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for everyone who is backing a needed program. However, I do believe that it is a duplication of services that A3 currently provides. However, for us to provide it the same would be a benefit for Richmond residents. Nonetheless, I've been hearing so much about the determination of this position going into either unit. And our attorney said to refer to the speaker, so I will refer to the speakers who are blatantly promoting imagining life without police officers. And so my concern is raised as a social worker in this field is where the integration lies. Like, I want to be able to feel comfortable that folks that we are putting out on the streets are competent individuals who are able to integrate with police officers, because I'm hearing different things. Will they be dispatched, or will they have some sort of number to contact to get a crisis responder out to an incident?
So just to clarify, we're not duplicating efforts with A3. They are mental health specialists. This is a slightly different approach, but we are working collaboratively with them. So we will be working very closely with A3.
Okay.
And as you stated, it would be a benefit to the community to kind of grow out those resources and
Most
those
definitely.
services to our community. As far as your question, I think I lost it, so can you please repeat it?
I'm just wondering, because it sounds like a lot of folks that have called in and that are here speaking have like this overview of what the program will entail and what the position will entail. But I'm confused because they're in one vein, we're saying that it's not all the way laid out. And so I'm wondering, one of my concerns is with the lack of integration or in willingness to integrate with law enforcement, will these positions be dispatched from the police officer to service these low-level crimes and things like that? Like, how will a crisis responder be contacted in order to respond to an incident?
So the focus here is to integrate with current services. So we will be working alongside the police department, communications, dispatchers as well. All of those things are subject to meet and confer as well, because there may be a change in working conditions based on the types of calls or number of calls and how they will be dispatched. But the model currently is that calls would come through to our dispatch center and would be sent out to the parties that will be best suited to deal with it. Currently, as I stated, Sam Vaughn, the director of ONS, LaShonda White, as well as Michael Romero, they've been in communication with other cities that have a similar program, as well as they've been talking to representatives at the police department and the communications center to really flesh out how it will work. We have a model, but they're still working out those details. With the establishment of the community intervention specialist being somewhat on hold, it has kind of stunted our ability to move forward because we need to know what the framework of the organization will be in order to move forward. But they haven't stopped having those conversations and interacting with those stakeholders to really flesh out the program and how it will end up looking for our community.
Okay. All of the other questions that I have will definitely go against the recommendation of the mayor, so I'll hold those questions. I'm just still a bit concerned about, folks practicing outside of this, of their scope, as well as not having licensed clinicians on site to make those clinical judgments, not saying that someone who isn't licensed is unable to, but they run a higher risk of putting not only themselves in jeopardy, but also the person that we are intentional about providing services to could have a negative consequence. So that's my concern. Would there be some sort of tier process where we actually have licensed clinicians to sort of guide and help those responders navigate the landscape? Because it looks very different when you have to make those clinical judgments in a split second.
This classification will go through an intensive training program, but we also have a position for a mental health coordinator. So we are looking to add that position once we get past developing the baseline positions to assist people that are having mental health. It would be someone who is licensed and who has the experience to deal with those types of issues or matters that may come up. So that is the vision once we can, have the opportunity to build out ROC.
Okay. And just lastly, again, I think the program's needed. However, there was a lot of, what were they? There were a lot of post-hire requirements versus pre-hiring requirements that I feel would be best needed when we're sending folks out there to engage with literally the unknown every single day. So I don't know if it's already set in stone as to what the requirements are for folks, but I did see in some of the reports that many of the requirements are like post-hire, like 3 months into the program or working, then you have to provide this, this, and this. And I'm like, well, I was under the impression that we were sending out trained, qualified individuals, again, not just for the safety of those that we are trying to intervene with, but for the person who's actually making contact. Because we don't know, someone that's in crises, that's, in psychosis, that is a dangerous place that we are putting folks in without the proper, training and certifications in place. So I'm just wondering about like that post-hire dynamic versus pre-hire qualifications, especially when we're not requiring a formal education for this position.
Yes, the minimum qualifications do state that we would want someone who has had some experience with community engagement, maybe even lived experience as well. But the intention is to put them all through a rigorous training program once they're brought on. So we're looking for foundational skill set, someone who is interested in engaging with the community that can really relate to our residents and to be able really want to actually do the work. And then from there, there will be a rigorous training program that is modeled from other agencies that have the same programs to ensure that before they actually go out on the streets, they have the training that they need.
Okay, so just for clarification, just for clarification, and you just sort of answered the majority of it with the last statement, saying that before they're placed on the street to engage with the public, they'll be undergoing some trainings. Will this be any sort of training that would be like certified? You know, I mean, because training as to where is this like in-house, we're just showing you the ropes training, or certification training?
It would be sanctioned training that has been employed in other agencies. So I'm not sure if it would be a professional type of certification, but it would align with the standard that has been set forth by other successful agencies that are doing the same program.
Okay, and I did say that was my last question, but this is really my last question. I just want to know about backup. When someone has encountered someone on the public and it's uncontained, like it's more than what they could handle, what's protocol at that point? Because again, my chief concern is safety for both the individual we're servicing as well as the individual we're putting out there.
Yes, I will probably need to defer to Sam Vaughn or
Okay.
Michael Romero regarding the specifics. They can also give you additional information about the training.
Okay.
And I would suggest these issues are going to arise no matter which unit you put somebody in.
Yeah.
We would, the same training. So some of these questions are dealing more long-term with what we're going to do and are separate from the decision about which unit to put them.
Right. Well, I was asking those questions because those questions to me help solidify which unit, because again, with the POA, it seems that they'll be working more closely with law enforcement instead of this being an isolated position where we are, don't deal with law enforcement. This is community based and this, so forth and so on.
The idea is that it's going to be with a unit that is distinct from the police department. But it is not the case that they don't know how cops work and they don't know how to work with cops, because there are incidents where they're going to have to work together.
Yeah.
So there's a high level of training that we need to meet for this position.
Okay. So I just wanted to know that, just because I've heard said time after time, we don't want police showing up with guns and things like that. But in some instances, that's a necessary factor. So again, I digressed. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Wilson.
Hi, I want to start by thanking Ms. Taylor, Mr. Hughes, and Mr. Murphy for their very informative presentations and for the agenda materials that we received in advance. I'm going to try to call on myself and my council colleagues to respect due process here. We are here tonight to pass judgment on a very narrow issue, which is the unit determination for a new classification. So we should limit ourselves to discussing the evidence that applies to that issue. I do think the city has satisfied the requirements of that process of unit determination up to now and including the appeal today. Just to before I give my take on the unit determination question, I'll say that I want to flag that I've heard that our POA and their attorney have raised multiple concerns, and I think there are still things the city needs to continue to do in order to reestablish labor peace as we get this new program going. Several of the points they raised and that my colleagues on City Council raised are important, but they go beyond the issue of unit determination, so we should not expect to resolve them today, but we should resolve them in the future. And although I respect hearing the speakers coming out and speaking, I want to emphasize that in my judgment, our decision is not all that related to whether there's a need for CCRP or the merits of the program. Again, we're talking about unit determination, which has a set of criteria that were laid out for us at the beginning. So again, appreciate you coming, but it wasn't that influential or very influential in my my thinking on this. So what was influential in my thinking? First of all, I sort of want to address, kind of get this elephant out of the room, the idea that we don't know what the community intervention specialists will do, so we can't possibly decide what unit to place them in. All of us on City Council and all of you with access to a computer can go to the website, and attached to tonight's agenda item is a 6-page description of everything that this classification is expected to do, and one that answers several of the questions that were laid out tonight in terms of how dispatched and how hired and so forth. So I don't think this idea that it's all up in the air and nebulous is really a legitimate objection to us making a unit determination tonight. I have a pretty clear sense of what the city's proposing in terms of the role of this new unit. And then in terms of, our decision here tonight, just to remind everyone, is what bargaining unit we think that classification should go in. I've been taking notes furiously the whole night, so forgive me if I read a little bit. I just want to make sure I get my points across. For me, I think my overall guidance is a need for consistency in how the city assigns classifications to bargaining units. And consistency is good because it supports efficiency and it's cost effective. So after listening today and reviewing the informative materials, including the February 6th letter from Mr. Murphy that laid out our POA's objections, I think, as clearly as his presentation did, I think the community intervention specialist's job classification has a greater community of interest with some of the classifications that are now represented by the city's SEIU General Employees Bargaining Unit, specifically the neighborhood change agents and the code enforcement. I do think they have quite a bit in common with those two classifications. On the other hand, I think they have significant differences, the CIS classification. I think it has significant differences from everyone who is currently in the Richmond Police Officers Association bargaining unit. Specifically, right now, our POA represents sworn officers only and only people working inside the police department. As we've learned tonight, or sort of reminded ourselves tonight, the CIS specialists will not be sworn officers and they will not be working inside the Richmond Police Department. For me, that's a very key distinction, which means that's not the bargaining unit that they belong in. As we've discussed, CIS is working in the Office of Neighborhood Safety, which is actually in the Community Services Department. So I mean, that's, I've listened, I've paid attention, but I do come down at the end of the day that I think Ms. Taylor, I guess in her role as employee relations officer who made that original determination, I think she made the right choice, and I think there was evidence to support that choice. So that's, I'll just stop there and let my council's colleagues speak.
Councilmember Robinson?
Thank you. That was a great summary. I'm going to keep my comments or my question really short. So the one kind of issue that was raised that I wanted to kind of ask a question to address was this notion of, maybe I'll just go back to say, yes, these positions are not going to be, they're not meant to be a part of the police department. They're outside of the police department. And they're not sworn. And so the one argument that was brought up was that, but they will use the dispatch system. And so that is something that possibly makes it so that they should be under our POA. And my question was, are there any other city employees that use the dispatch system that are not our POA members?
Excuse me, I would say that fire would be the biggest example of a agency that uses the dispatch system that are not the police department. So that's the first one that comes to mind.
Okay. So it's not a rule that if you're using the dispatch system, you're represented by our POA.
It is not a rule.
Mm-hmm. And then the other kind of issue that came up, and I didn't quite understand what was being said. It sounded like there was, if they were going to be represented by our POA, they would have access to, I think it's PORAC Legal Defense Fund. But at the same time, it was stated that there are people who seek representation from that who are not sworn officers. And I'm trying to understand, is that open to non-sworn officers, or is it only for sworn officers?
Are you asking if PORAC is available to non-sworn individuals? I don't have the answer to that, but I would imagine that since it is a peace officer organization, then it would not be accessible, but I don't have the answer to that.
So if this classification is not under the police department, even if it was represented by RPOA, would they have access to those legal? I mean, I'm wondering if that is an argument that is something that sways the balance that make them, you know, make it more sense to have them under RPOA.
I would say that I can't speak to it, you know, but I would say that it isn't enough to sway the balance in your determination.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to understand, like, you know, our code enforcement officers or other people or Sam's group, do they need that kind of legal representation? Is there an anticipated need for legal representation of a special kind?
Currently, as SEIU members, they do have access to representation through SEIU. They have attorneys on board to assist their members with any type of grievances or investigations or anything that they need to protect themselves against. So all unions do have that provision to provide that service to their members.
And so, last question, in other similar programs in other jurisdictions, how do they handle the potential legal threat that might, that someone performing this particular job might face?
It is my understanding that they interface closely with the police department, as we intend to do as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
All right. So we've come to time to vote. And I will allow people to explain, if they must, their stance when they vote. So I need a motion and a second.
I'll make a motion. My motion is to reject the appeal and affirm Ms. Taylor's decision to assign the community intervention specialist to the city's general employees bargaining unit.
Do I have a second?
I will second that.
All right. Roll call.
Councilmember Brown.
Yes, thank you for allowing us the explanation. I do believe that the intent of this position is to be with the community. So I will support on tonight of this position being in SEIU, but hoping that we can clarify what the community feels versus the intention that Ms. Taylor laid out, that there will be police integration and that it is a bridge building opportunity and not an opportunity to deepen the divide.
Councilmember Bonner.
I'm still protesting.
Pardon me?
So is that a no
how are you
or
voting?
an abstention?
Abstain?
Is that a
Abstain?
no or an abstention? Well, it's an abstention. If you're not voting, it's an abstention.
As the city attorney, you didn't say anything about my right to talk.
You were asking the same question that got asked by Councilman Doria.
Later
And-
on,
and-
yes, but you
so
didn't
you
allow
got-
me to, you didn't
you got-
stop the
she
mayor from
asked staff.
stopping me, right?
We're in the middle of voting. I'm simply trying to clarify for the city clerk what your vote is.
And I'm trying to clarify your role here as a city attorney.
You may want to fire me. That's fine. But tonight,
I'm not firing you, but
tonight, I'm trying to get your
asking you to
vote.
do your job. to make sure everything's
Okay,
done
record
legally.
it as an abstention.
Thank you.
The mayor does not have the right to silence me, and you don't say anything.
Proceed with
He's
the
the
next
sergeant
order.
at arms. Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda.
I agree with Councilmember Brown, and I think that there's some opportunities there, and hopefully we can work through them to make sure that their positions are clarified, because I still feel some gray areas there that we can make sure, and overall making sure that the employee and the community is safe, and making sure that we can further clarify and have more conversations, whether it's one meeting that we've had with the meet and confer, or whether it's been a lot of meetings. I think the number is very unknown, so we need to make sure that we're meeting with both unions and we can resolve this so we can get this program started. The intention of it, excuse me, when I voted for it, I believe was, 2 years ago now, the intention of it was to create something that the community can use to feel safe in their perspective there, and being able to have a partnership with the police when needed. So at this time, I believe that we'll keep, I'll vote with the motion. So thank you.
How are you voting?
Is that a yes? Or?
Yes. And Mayor Martinez?
I will vote yes, and I do want to say that anytime we have a new program, there's always a gray area. And the best way to approach gray areas is to do it with trust, that each side is there for the same reason, and that is to protect our community, to make our community feel safe, as much as be safe. So with that's my yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Bana abstaining. Thank you. Our next item, under study and action session, is item R1, is to adopt a resolution to 1, accepting the 2024 annual military equipment report, 2, determining that the police department's use of military equipment in 2024 complied with the department's military equipment policy number 707 and state law, and 3, to renew the authorizing ordinance number 12-22, new series/military equipment use policy. We have several speakers for this item. Anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and council members. My name is Bisa French, and I am the Chief of Police here at the Richmond Police Department. And just for the record, I'm not in the RPOA. It's supposed to be a joke. Come on.
You were off the mic. I didn't hear the joke.
I said I'm not in the RPOA, so there are other members that are sworn in the police department that are not members of the RPOA, just to be clear also. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening. The Richmond Police Department is here to present the 2024 annual military equipment report in accordance with Assembly Bill 481, which was enacted to promote transparency, oversight, and community engagement in the use of specific law enforcement equipment defined under the state law as military equipment. AB 481 requires every law enforcement agency in California to publicly disclose its inventory, report how and when this equipment is used, and explain its purpose and cost, and seek City Council approval for the continued use and any proposed acquisitions. These annual reports are the policy reviews that they trigger ensure that our department remains aligned with the public expectations of the law. We fully support the intent behind AB 481. We believe it is essential that our community understands what we have and why we have them and what they are used for. And we welcome the opportunity to engage in these discussions and are committed to continuing a collaborative approach with both the council and our community members. I do want to emphasize the equipment included in this report is not about militarizing our police department. It is about ensuring we are prepared, equipped, and trained to respond safely and effectively to high-risk, complex incidents where lives may be at stake. We approach these situations with care and discipline, always guided by policy, oversight, and the goal of achieving the safest possible outcome for everyone involved. With that, I'll turn it over to Captain Lopez, who I have here, who will walk us through the report and highlight key data and address the questions previously raised by City Council members. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. Hope everyone had a happy Easter. KCRT, if you can bring up the slides. I'm going to start off by, thank you, Mayor, who's not here, and City Council members for this opportunity to present the Richmond Police Department's 2024 Military Equipment Annual Report. Before I get started, however, I do want to update the Council on an amendment made during the January 7th City Council meeting. During that meeting, the Richmond Police Department presented the 2023 Military Equipment Annual Report. The resolution was adopted with an amendment to come back to Council with a process to track the display and deployment of patrol rifles. With the direction from Council, the Police Department developed a process to tally when officers deploy or remove their patrol rifles during an incident. The data will be included in the Police Department's 2026 AB 41 Annual Report. Our intent with this process is to ensure compliance with the City Council's directive while maintaining clarity and simplicity in the reporting of patrol rifle deployments. This will help us meet legal requirements without creating unnecessary burdens for our officers, allowing them to focus on their primary duty of keeping the community safe. The reporting process. To ensure accuracy and ease, we've designed a streamlined process for reporting patrol rifle deployments. When an officer deploys a patrol rifle, remove the rifle for a call of service or warrant service, etc., they must notify their direct supervisor verbally or via text message afterwards. Officers should not report rifle deployments over their radio to avoid interfering with priority radio traffic. The supervisor's responsibility. Supervisors must tally the number of officers who displayed rifles and document the case or the CAD number. This information should be promptly reported to the watch commander, who is the team lieutenant at the time. Watch commander's responsibilities. The watch commander will then complete an AB 41 form. A new field on the form was designed. It's called Patrol Rifle Display Only, which has been added to the form. The watch commander will check this box and record the number of officers who displayed rifles under the display counts. Completed forms will be sent to the AB 41 working group, which tallies all of our stats for the year. The electronic form. To accommodate multiple incidents per shift, an electronic form has been created to streamline the process. Forms should be completed accurately and submitted in a timely manner. Just an important note, this process is not meant to discourage officers from using necessary equipment in dangerous situations. The priority remains the same, to ensure the community's safety and officer safety. Now, on to the 2024 Military Equipment Annual Report. I will provide an overview covering our current inventory, equipment usage over the past year, fiscal and training impacts, and address key questions raised by City Council members. The 2024 Annual Report was uploaded to our city website in January. The Police Department also hosted 2 community engagement meetings. These meetings were held at the City Council chambers, one on January 16th of 2025 and another one on February 6th of 2025. Flyers for the meetings were posted on our Facebook page as well as our website. We unfortunately, however, did not have anyone from the community attend any of these meetings. I will start with an inventory overview. The Richmond Police Department currently maintains a limited but necessary inventory of AB 41 regulated equipment, including unmanned aerial systems, commonly referred to as drones. We currently have 8 total drones of varying types. We have 1 tactical robot and 1 mobile command vehicle, also referred to as an MCC. We have 4 breaching shotguns in our inventory, along with 82 patrol rifles with approximately 55,000 rounds of ammunition. We have 120 diversionary devices, commonly known as a flashbang, chemical agents, and smoke canisters. We have approximately 275 units across various types in our inventory. Less lethal launchers and munitions. Our inventory includes 17 less lethal shotguns, 10 40mm launchers, and 1,100 kinetic impact munition rounds. Next, I will discuss the usage summary for 2024. The Richmond Police Department deployed military equipment in 103 operational circumstances. The unmanned aerial systems, also known as drones, were used 59 times, primarily for tactical overwatch, search, and documentation. Diversion devices, flashbangs, were deployed in 18 operations in 2024. Chemical agents were used in 13 instances. Less lethal impact munitions were used 5 times. The armored personnel carrier, which was a mutual aid assistance request, was used 6 times during high-risk situations within the year. I do want to note that Policies Manual Section 707.6 of our policy manual specifically states that military equipment used by other jurisdictions that are providing mutual aid to this jurisdiction shall comply with their respective military equipment use policies in rendering mutual aid. All other equipment, including patrol rifles and our tactical robot, were not operationally deployed in 2024. This data does exclude routine training, which is tracked separately. I will now go over our fiscal impact for 2024. For the 2024 reporting year, the Richmond Police Department expended $62,139.90 on military equipment-related purchases. This includes rifle ammunition, diversionary devices, chemical agents, rifle replacements, breaching rounds, launchers, and less lethal munitions.
Excuse me? Is there a slide that goes along with this? Because we're still on the...
It's just, sorry, Mayor, it's just on the, I'm sorry, go ahead. It was just on the annual report that I submitted.
Okay.
You're just going down the report.
I'm just
On the
going down.
slide that's up right now, it actually has the totals that he's talking about.
Right, okay.
Our training costs, I'm sorry. Yes. Nope, no, passed it. My apologies.
Here we are. Thank you.
Come on, get that off. There we go. Oh, nope. Lost it again. I swear I'll go faster. Here we go. Come on. Here it is. Stay there. All right.
Rope it in.
Here we go. Back to our training costs. To maintain compliance and readiness, the department invested $32,313.52 in specialized training. This included SWAT certification, chemical agent instruction, drone pilot training, less lethal instructor certification. I lastly want to address the council's concerns and questions that were raised in March 22nd. I do, but not on this. The formal responses were clarified on March 25th by the Assistant Chief. Number 1, drone usage discrepancy. There was a clerical error between page 9 and page 11, page 9 and 11 of the annual report. The correct number of drone uses is 59, as shown on page 11 of the report. The outdated figures from 2023 were mistakenly included in an early draft and have since been corrected online. Use of armored vehicle from East Bay Parks Police. When another agency provides an armored vehicle under mutual aid, their use policy governs the deployment. RPD does not own an armored vehicle and per Government Code 7071. That said, the Richmond Police Department will amend Policy 707 to clarify mutual aid equipment usage and reporting in future AB 41 reports. Proposed acquisitions. There are no new acquisitions currently being made. We're not buying anything yet. However, we are seeking future funding for 1 multi-purpose response and rescue vehicle, 10 40mm launchers, 20 Daniel Defense rifle upper receivers. This is to replace worn parts on our current SWAT rifles. As a note, the upper receivers are planned replacements. They are not serialized components and do not technically constitute new equipment under AB 41. If funding for any of the new equipment is secured, City Council approval will be required before acquisition. Lastly, the Richmond Police Department is committed to transparency, accountability, and safe policing practices. All equipment listed in this report has been used within the guidelines of Policy 707 and AB 41. There were no complaints or policy violations related to military equipment use in 2024. We respectfully request that the Council accept the 2024 annual report and reaffirm Policy 707, allowing the Department to continue its mission of protecting the public safety while maintaining public trust. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to commend you on all the work that you've done on this report and the work that you've done on providing the individual reports so that we have a record of how many times weapons have been taken out. You know, so I think it's very important information that helps us have a better idea of exactly how the police department operates. There's one question that I do have. It's on community engagement of the 700 form. The policy 707, military equipment use policy. 707.8, community engagement. You did say that you did, after you released the annual report, you had 2 meetings, one January 26th and the other one February.
I think it was January 16th and February 7th, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, okay. January 16th and February 7th. But you said that no one showed up. So that's problematic, you know, because I know there's a lot of people who are interested. So I'm curious as to what sort of outreach you had so that the public was aware that this was happening.
Yeah, great question. The reason, sorry if I may. Sorry. Great question. The reason we had the January 16th was to get it ready prepared for City Council. We have to give 30 days prior to, and so we did that. We conformed. We did a second meeting because we had 0 people coming up for the first one. So we did a second one. That's not mandated. That's not required by state. That's not required by council or anybody. We did that because we had no attendance the first time. So we wanted to put it out there again. We put it out on our Facebook page multiple times, and then we also put it on our website to get people involved, but we just didn't have anybody show up.
We also have a listserv of neighborhood councils that we put it out to. Still no engagement.
Uh-huh. Okay, so it may not be required by law, but it is part of the military equipment use policy. It does say within 30 days of submitting and publicly releasing the annual report, the department shall hold at least one well-publicized and conveniently located community engagement meeting. So, so you've set those requirements yourself, and I'm glad that you've followed through. But you know, in the future, we need to think of some other way of advertising it. You know, I think that's an area that the city fails in, not just in your department, but all the way around, you know. Next time you do this, send something to the mayor's office so that we can also, you know, help you put it out there so that we can have true community engagement. But once again, thank you for all that you do. Any council member Jimenez?
Yeah, thank you for the report. I think like it has improved a lot. I have a question that it was answered by Captains or by Chief Simmons. So I wonder what is the next steps, and it's about a moment, my glasses. The like equipment by borrowing it, or by collaborating with other agency. I asked that, like for instance, in the report, it didn't specify that much about the use, and what he answered was that, and I am going to read it so it's clear. He said, your reference to Government Code 7071A1C and D is appreciated. RPD Police Manual Section 707.6 of our current policy states that when military equipment is used by another jurisdiction in mutual aid to Richmond, it is governed by the agency's respective use policy. Based on this, the use of the East Bay Parks policy armored vehicle has been treated as mutual aid coordination, not as RPD equipment, and subject to a separate use policy. That said, we recognize the need for greater clarity and alignment with the expectation outlined in AB 481. We will work to amend policy 707 to add a dedicated section addressing the use of armored rescue vehicles borrowed from other agencies, including their purpose, authorized uses, operational controls, and reporting requirements. This policy amendment will be forthcoming and reflected in future AB 481 reports. So that, like, could you tell me what, like?
Yes, and we have every intention to do that as well. So there's a process behind all of our policies and policy making. It's got to go through rigorous research first. We also look at outside agencies. What are outside agencies doing, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Then once we have a plan, it goes to the chief of police. If she approves it, we'll have a roundtable. If she approves it, then we'll move forward. We'll go through usually a meet and confer process as well, so everyone's on the same page. We'd like to make this a team joint effort, and then once we have that in place, we'd like to come to council with some type of a policy that's greater than what we already have.
Okay, thank you so much, and this is my question. I think, like, as we continue to receive this report, I am sure it's going to be improved, and thank you for the work.
Councilmember Wilson?
So I also want to start off by thanking you for this is a quality report. It has a lot of detail, which I appreciate. And I also appreciated Assistant Chief Simmons agreeing to do the use policy for the borrowed armored car, so we didn't have to hash that all out too much tonight. And also wanted to flag that I, as someone who is not comfortable with military equipment and police forces, that retiring the pepper ball use felt positive to me. You decommissioned that, so I liked that as well. So one thing I noticed is in terms of the details about the fiscal impact of these military equipment, you've tracked the acquisition and training costs, but then the maintenance costs are zeroed, and then there's no other categories of costs. I've done a little reading about this, and I know some cities are tracking like personnel costs and storage and transportation. And so we're not trying to make this insanely arduous on you, but other than acquisition and training costs, are there other costs associated with these, and is it possible to track them and put them in a report?
So it's definitely something worth noting, and that I will note down. We do run into some problems because of staffing and personnel. Just to be very honest, we have our finance guy, Steven Linderman. Can't think of his title. I'm sorry.
Finance guy.
Yes,
yeah.
He does. Finance guy.
Yeah.
He does great work for us. He really helps me out with this, and then our crime analysis. It's really those two who help put all this together for us as far as the stats. I can look to see if there's we can add more things to it. What happens sometimes is when the cost starts coming up, it's hard to track. So you have training that's going to go to SWAT teams, personnel costs there, training that's going to go to our mobile field force costs there, and then separating all those costs and trying to try to get it grouped in where it's under AB 41 is problematic for us.
Yep.
We're looking for different avenues, just like the tallying of the rifles.
Yep.
Like that was new for us, and we tried to simplify it so it was not as much work for our officers, but we're able to get what the council was asking for. So kind of the same thing. If I can get like something more, I guess if I can get better, maybe more things that you would like to see,
Yeah,
I can try to.
Right, so the examples I gave is like maintenance costs, personnel costs, storage and transportation are just things I've seen reported elsewhere. And again, I appreciate what you're saying, that it's hard to tease those apart, and if you had to estimate, estimates are fine. But just something to aspire to. I mean, I'm not saying do it for this year's report, but for something to aspire to for next year's report. Second thing I want to do is second the mayor's point that if you had 2 meetings on this and no one came, it means the advertising. I know you probably don't have a marketing person in the department. Actually, you do. You have Michelle Malam, who's awesome at this.
And a finance guy.
So, at any rate, this is not a slight at her. She's terrific. But something else needed to happen, and so what I would suggest is, in addition to emailing it to the mayor, is email it to the city council at least 2 weeks before the event. A lot of us have, either social media or email lists that we maintain, and be happy to promote that, so that people who care about these issues have a chance to speak on them. Again, just a suggestion for next year. The last thing, and this is something that I'm going to raise here, and then we'll see if my colleagues on City Council have an interest in supporting this, is that, so what you've provided here is this, under AB 481, you're required to do this annual report, which I think it has like 6 required items, and you've met all of those requirements. And if you read about AB 481, that's considered sort of the minimum requirements that the state requires us to include in this report. But as the governing body who presides over this reporting process, we have the ability, if we agree to it, as a majority of us, to ask for additional things to be reported in terms of the police department's military equipment use. So when I think about like how, the idea of how this equipment is used, sort of 2 things that jump out at me as data points that I think are collectible and would be interesting in terms of really adhering to the intention of this bill, which is to make sure the rights of the community members are being respected and have a great transparency and accountability over these extremely powerful technologies. 2 data things that I'd like to see reported is locations where these different military technologies are being used, like each use case of it, where was that? And racial and ethnic data of the, I don't know if it's correct to call them suspects, or, the residents who are the object of the interventions using these military technologies, and I don't know if they're all suspects or what the correct terminology would be there. But I think for obvious reasons, you can understand in a diverse community like ours, we want to make sure that we're not unfairly burdening or targeting any part of our community. And so my question is would you be able to provide location and ethnic and racial data, and would you have any objections to that?
So for each one, so are you saying that for like our mobile command van, we go out, we have that at events, and so there are tons of people that we.
So that's a good example of probably location, but probably not racial ethnic identity of everybody you saw that day. So
Yeah,
but
so I think
locations
if we went through, we could definitely probably provide locations, but racial and ethnic data, probably not for all of them.
But for some of them, I guess, like for some things, like if a drone is deployed, I'm assuming it's a particular individual or individuals that are being tracked?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Because there's times that we'll use drones for crime scenes or traffic scenes or collisions.
What about one of the guns? That would be related to a suspect who has a racial and ethnic identity?
Yes, a firearm, probably so. But I would not just want to provide a location and an ethnic. I would like to provide some context, because if we're responding to something like that, then normally it's because we've been called there. So I don't want it, I want the full picture and context,
Yeah.
as opposed to just we pointed a gun at these folks.
No, I think that's fair. And what I'm trying to get at here is sort of the how these are being used, like,
Yes.
like, and.
Well, part of it, we do have a little narrative. Are we still doing the narrative on our website?
Yes.
We were doing a narrative every time we used the equipment on our website about why they were being used, or like a little narrative about the use of it.
Did the narrative include location or racial ethnic identity?
It's been a while. We set it up and, things work, and we kind of leave it alone and address the other things. So we have to go back and check.
Okay, I'll pass it off to my colleagues to see if there's interest in pursuing that.
Councilmember Brown?
Thank you so much for the report. It really, the summary really speaks to the department's commitment to minimizing harm. Like, we look at what was used most, like the top 3 things were like non-lethal tools. So it really shows like the training efforts and all of that is really being received well. I'm really satisfied with, I know the last time you all were presenting the last report, it was that we needed to see like an equipment use. That wasn't a thing, but now it is a thing. And so I'm wondering, to Councilmember Wilson's point, are those type of intricate details that she wants to know? Like, are those indicated in like case numbers and things like that, where we can further delve into it that way, instead of it being like, oh, this person was over here and they used whatever?
So all of our uses of use of force reports are online. So every time we use force, that is on our website, and there's a matrix on there where we have a vendor that provides the information, and it does provide information about race and what led up to the contact, the use of force, what kind of force was used. So we do have that on our website. In terms of the uses of force for this report, the military weapons for this report, we do provide a narrative. I'm just not sure if we provide that case number. And we also want to be able to protect people also. We don't want to put victims' information, addresses, and things that can personally identify people. So we have to be careful with that too.
Right. I think I want to ask too, just for clarification purposes, Councilman Wilson, were you talking about including that on the AB 481 reporting equipment use document that they just created, adding those?
I guess I was talking about it, so in terms of having a summary along with the annual report that comes, the AB 481 annual report that comes once a year, to sort of pull together some statistics, so that I trust that like if I did the research, I could find all of this data myself, like I'm sure, but it's the sort of having someone else pull it together. Because I did find these incident reports having to do with the military equipment, and they do sort of give a context, but there's no location. Yeah, there's no location information, and then sort of the demographic, I will call it demographics because I feel a little silly saying, but the demographics of folks is also not tracked in this.
Yeah.
And so you can't really draw any conclusions about whether these things are being kind of evenly deployed.
Okay, I just wanted to know, was it going to be like, were you aiming to have this on each individual equipment use report or in the annual summary?
The annual report, having to track each, information about each use, but pulled together once a year.
Yeah, okay, I just wanted to make that clear, that it wasn't like each.
I'm sorry. What I would be concerned about, I don't know if there's an opportunity to have some additional information in closed session, but what I'm concerned about are sexual assault cases or domestic violence cases where we're, pointing out activity that might have been in a block or an address, and we're actually giving out information that's confidential. Maybe we can get some direction from the city attorney on that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Bana?
You mentioned watch commander and supervisor, so I wonder how the team works. What's the dynamics and what are their roles?
Sure. Great question. So in Richmond, we have 3 districts, as you know. We have our central district, our southern district, and then we have our northern district. I didn't forget the northern. I know. And then within those districts, there's 3 beats. And so every officer has a beat. So let's say in southern district, we'll have beats 1, 2, and 3. And so you'll have an officer assigned to beat 1, an officer assigned to beat 2, an officer assigned to beat 3. And then, so your watch commander, so what I'm trying to say is, for a patrol team, you'll have a minimum of at least 9 officers, 1 for each of those 9 beats. Your sergeants, you have 2 supervisors for each team. And those 2 sergeants split up those officers. And then you have 1 watch commander who is a lieutenant. He is a manager of the shift. And so whatever goes on throughout the day-to-day operations in patrol, the watch commander is essentially your manager. And then all the watch commanders, they are, for lack of a better word, I manage those watch commanders in patrol.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any more questions? If not, public speakers?
We have 5 in-person public speakers. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. Speakers are Jamin Purcell, Ben Terrio, Andrew Melendez, Rosie, and our last in-person speaker is Crescent. Jamin. Press the button, press the button. There you go.
So I would like to thank our police chief and for, I'm not sure the officer's name? Captain Lopez, for presenting this report. I appreciate that you guys took the request about when rifles are being presented and trying to incorporate that in. It shows a lot of trying to work with the council and the community and what they want to be able to see. And as well, as I was looking through this report, I found your statistics on hate crimes, which I also appreciate you showing that there are still problems within our community, but you are trying to address them in ways that are new and innovative. I'm seeing that you are utilizing a lot less of the more aggressive non-lethal force for other ways to de-escalate, which I really appreciate. I also want to say I appreciate the decommissioning of the pepper rounds as well. I think that these reports are really well done, and I know that it is probably very difficult because we want to make sure that we're having the most information while also protecting the victims and whatnot. I do think that demographic information could be very useful, even if we perhaps got it by a beat or got it by and something of that nature where it didn't give an address. But we just want to make sure that as a person who is particularly concerned with public safety is that there's not an there's not an excessive use upon a particular demographic because of a misconception or notion of their criminality. But I think that you guys appreciate that already, and so I want to thank you, and yeah.
Our next speaker is Ben Terrio, and he'll be followed by Andrew Melendez.
I'll pass.
Andrew Melendez.
All right. Good evening, City Council. Again, my name is Andrew Melendez, a lifelong Richmond resident. I'll keep my comments brief since I know we've been here a long night tonight. Again, I just want to clarify and just to thank you to the council members for bringing up some of the concerns and also recommendations for what they'd like to see on a future AB 41 report. Again, I think this whole report is in the name of transparency for our community to know not only the types of military weapons that are being employed, but as some of the council members implied or brought up, where specifically in our communities these different equipments are being used. So I'm grateful for the police chief and I'm so sorry, I forgot your name as well, for being willing to, sorry, no, I'm very appreciative for being open to providing these recommendations. And again, this is all in the name of transparency and just making sure that our community is fully educated on the kinds of things that are happening in our community. And so I'm just very grateful that we'll hopefully have these recommendations for the next report. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rosie, and followed by Crescent.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. I just want to thank, the report was pretty transparent, and it was nice to be able to see something and understand it, even though it is pretty technical. So yeah, thank you for, I remember that one, for doing that. But kind of hearing, I had something prepared, but kind of now need to scratch it because council members brought up a good point on demographics and location, and there does need to be a level of privacy, and I think it would be great to see as far as districts, how much these military weapons are being used in each district. And along with that, the demographics of them, of the weapons being used, I think, you know, it's really important that to understand that Black men are 3.4 times more likely to be pulled over in Richmond than any other race, and understanding that there are officers that are still on the force that have acted out in misconduct, being able to see on these, like on a report that these military grade weapons are being used in a way that isn't biased. So I want to thank again for the transparency and the report and the concerns that this council brought up. Thank you.
Our last in-person speaker is Crescent.
Thank you. I'll make it quick. I know it's been a long night, and I wouldn't be here if this wasn't really important to me. So I appreciate the transparency. I would love to see even more, like Councilmember Wilson was describing, and especially what I want to know is in what context are these weapons being used? I heard something about sexual assault, and so I would love to see that in the report. I also just wanted to speak from personal experience. I was shot at by Oakland police officers in 2003 at an anti-war protest that was peaceful with these non-lethal weapons, and several people were extremely harmed by these non-lethal weapons. And there was actually a lawsuit against the city of Oakland, I believe, because of this incident. So sometimes these non-lethal weapons can be used in context where it doesn't make sense, and it actually really injures people who are not actually being violent in any way. So thanks for all your work, and I hope we can continue to have more transparency. Thank you.
That was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the speakers online. We have 3 speakers.
And I just have a couple of things to say. So I appreciate the presentation from the chief and Captain Lopez and the efforts toward improved transparency, such as adding a policy for borrowed equipment like the tank from East Bay Regional Parks, and the other measures like the adding a method for tracking displayed rifles. I'm grateful that we have AB 481 in effect in California, because otherwise, you know, the community would really have no idea about all these militarized weapons. And so that brings me to my real point, which is, while I do appreciate the transparency, I think that Richmond can and should move away from militarization. People sometimes talk about the letter of the law and the spirit of the law, right? I think we've all heard that. The letter of the law is what it literally requires on a surface level. And then the spirit of the law is the values that animate it on a deeper level. When it comes to the letter of AB 481, sure, it's just about disclosing all this information. But the spirit is really about demilitarization. We can be pretty sure of that because requiring someone to document every instance of something is one of the best ways, if not the best way, of getting them to do the thing less. So if you told me I had to document every alcoholic beverage I drink over the course of a year, for example, and then at the end of the year, I have to invite all my neighbors to a presentation where I'll summarize all my drinking, that would be a really good way to get me to drink less. And I think similarly, the purpose of AB 481 is to reduce police departments' reliance on militarized weapons. So I hope that the city and the department can take that cue in the years to come. I'd love to see a day when this report shows RPD is hardly using any militarized weapons at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Noel Cantu. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Marisol Cantu. I'm a third-generation Richmond resident. I sit on the Community Police Review Commission, and I definitely think this is an improvement from last year. The report is an improvement from last year. However, the community engagement is extremely disappointing. In previous years, the chief had worked with council members and shared and brought in community members and was really open. This year, nobody was part of that conversation. The chief never brought this up at the Community Police Review Commission that RPOA President Ben Terrio brought up. All of these ways that community engagement could have been done, and the Community Police Review Commission is an oversight body, and to not let the commission know about the 2 upcoming engagements. And then when questioned about it, the chief said, I didn't know, I needed to tell y'all. And this is on public record, is really disappointing. So obviously they're not taking this very seriously as community engagement. And to say that, well, we did a second one that was after the fact and yet still nobody showed up, really shows that you weren't really taking it seriously. So really disappointed about the lack of general community engagement, and hope that the Community Police Review Commission as an oversight commission can be part of AB 481 discussions and policy and report in the future. I also support Councilmember Wilson's request for racial demographic information. Locations by the block are in transparent Richmond. There's already a mechanism. I can see every 911 call by the block at any time.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Carmen Martinez. Carmen, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hello there once again, Carmen Martinez, D1 resident. I am the current chair of the Community Police Review Commission, but I am calling in on my personal capacity. I first want to start off by saying thank you to RPD for presenting and for incorporating the feedback from the previous year. I also want to echo what was mentioned in the previous comment. I want to speak on the community engagement aspect for this state policy. The word oversight was used earlier today, and to me, it's kind of ridiculous that the commission was not made aware of these 2 meetings, especially if they were publicized. And it was also mentioned that there was a listserv that this was sent to. The commission was nowhere on that listserv, so I would appreciate it if the council can consider directing the police to work with the commission for this public meeting to happen in the future references. I also want to point out that if it was brought up to the commission's attention, that would have been 8 people that would have been involved in the community meeting. Although it's a very low number, it still would have at least counted for 8 as a commission. I would also like to uplift what Councilmember Wilson brought up, the demographic transparency. I think it's really crucial for us to know who these weapons are being used on and like where. But yeah, I just want to say thank you once again, and I hope that the city council can consider directing the police to work with the commission for this public meeting.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Thank you. we have a lot of work to do and not very much time to do it in, so I'm going to make a motion to adopt a resolution accepting the 2024 Annual Military Equipment Report, determining that the police department's use of military equipment in 2024 complied with the department's military equipment policy number 707 and with state law. And 3, to renew the authorizing ordinance number 1222 NS/military equipment use policy. Do I have a second?
Oh, second.
Okay.
Can I don't know the process for this, but can I also amend by adding a council action onto that?
You may. I accept.
Okay.
What is it?
Okay, well,
First.
that could be anything, really.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's, the council action I'm proposing is that for the next year's community engagement meeting, that the CPRC, the city council, and the mayor's office are all noticed 2 weeks in advance of the meeting. And that next year's report includes location and demographic information, including race and ethnicity details, and we can, the specifics of it, we can work out sort of by mutual agreement what that will look like in terms of how specific and how so kind of fell apart at the end there, but
Can we define like the location? Because I know there's been two things. There's been, like, I don't want to invade anyone's privacy as well as like their due process, but in terms of like, are we talking about districts?
Right.
Or
so what I propose is that when I say TBD, it's like to be determined, and
Right.
so I wouldn't mind. No, sorry, I didn't.
No,
I didn't.
it's cool.
Sorry,
I
I wasn't
get it.
very specific. But that we'd have I or someone else could have a conversation with whoever's relevant in order to determine that. So I'm not making a specific.
I just want to be clear on location.
Yeah, that we don't. Right, they still have to agree to it. They'll have to agree to it. It'll be by mutual agreement how the location is worked out. So.
So this is rather complicated. Could we go ahead and act on the mayor's motion and you make a separate motion with whatever
Council
you
action.
intend this to be?
Yeah. Okay,
All right.
then I second.
you.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so you withdraw the amendment?
And then I can just do it
You just
again in
make
a
a
second.
separate motion.
Yes, I withdraw the amendment.
Okay.
For now.
And think about what you want it to say.
Okay. It's late.
All right, so, roll call.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cepeda,
Yes.
Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
I'd like to make a motion for a council action.
But that's not on the agenda.
Oh.
No, she's making a motion on the same item.
On the same item.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is on the same item. It's about how to deal with this report next year. Okay. That next year, the department will give notice about the community meeting to the CPRC, City Council, and Mayor's Office 2 weeks in advance of the community meeting. And that next year, the annual report will contain location and demographic information, which includes race and ethnicity data.
To be determined by.
I'll just stop there. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
to be determined by mutual agreement. Yes, sir.
Sorry, I didn't mean to raise my hand. There's might be some challenges that we might want to address, and I don't know how that would be addressed.
Mutual
By
agreement.
mutual
We'll have to
agreement.
agree, yeah.
Right.
I second that.
Roll call.
Point of order, so is it okay to make two motions on one item?
Yes.
Always? More than one, like 3, 4 motions
I
on
mean,
one
it's
item?
not, it's nice to have it there on the agenda, but if a subject, it deals with a subject matter. What has to be on the agenda is a subject matter. It's our practice to list the motion.
Interesting, thank you.
Roll call.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Next item, let's move.
And thank you, Captain Lopez, for doing this. Thank you.
Our next item is item R2, and that is to adopt a resolution amending the salary schedule to add the salary range for community intervention specialist. We have 2 speakers in person. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, City Council members. I bring before you the salary schedule amendment for the Community Intervention Specialist. This is the final step in establishing the classification so that we can move forward with recruitment and establishing this position within the ROC organizational structure.
All right, so. That's it for the presentation?
No, that is it.
Okay.
We're just
Well,
asking
then,
you to amend the salary schedule. This would typically be on the consent calendar, so it's a
Okay.
very basic administrative process.
All right then, so I need a motion.
Speakers.
Oh, speakers, I'm sorry.
We have 2 speakers.
Yeah, me too.
Ben Terrio and Cordell Hindler. You speaking?
So, so good evening again, Mayor Martinez, council. I'm gonna keep this short because I know it's getting a little late. So I did the calculation for this classification. So $7,913 a month times 12, that's $95,000. And I'm like, I think it's a good salary, but I'm like, $7,900 seems a little bit small. But I had to look at other cities around us and see, with a similar classification, and their classification makes more than that. And so I'm like, I think it's a good start, but it should be increased by us. It should be added more to that. $7,900 is not that much. So I do like to just approve this as is. Just approve it.
Any other speakers?
We have Ben Terrio, but he is,
He declined.
he doesn't, okay, he declined to speak. We do not
Anyone
have any
online?
online speakers. So that was our last speaker.
All right, motion?
I move the item.
I second.
We don't have question, time for questions or comments?
Yeah.
Sure,
Second.
go ahead. Anyone?
Do you want to go first? You both do.
Okay.
Oh, I just have a couple of quick questions, if I may, about the position. There was no specification about physical ability. Is that okay?
Are you referring to the job description?
Yes.
I'm not sure if I understand the question about the physical ability. We do have a matrix on our job descriptions.
Excuse me, this is about salary?
Yes, this is strictly about the salary
Okay,
establishment.
then never mind.
Go ahead.
I just have one question regarding, because I noticed on when we were doing our budgeting that the largest use of our general funds comes from salaries and wages. And so this particular salary, even at minimum and to the maximum, is a bit high for the role, requiring the level of compensation that corresponds with the position. And the requirements. I don't know if we are overcompensating on this, and I mean like for non-formal education, because I was looking on our city website and some of our positions that require formal education are, making less or even similar to this position that only requires a high school diploma and 2 years of outreach. And it didn't specify what type of outreach that is specifically. So, just wanted to get like clarification around that, because I was also looking at like the county mental health providers are making far less. And I know the economy is changing and inflation takes a part in things, but I just want to understand better regarding the justification, I guess, for the level of compensation.
So we do look at internal structure, but we, I would say primarily look at the market. We look at like positions in other agencies and determine the salary. We did present the salary to the union, SEIU Local 1021, and had a very vigorous discussion about the salary, about the role that this position will fill, the type of exposure the position will engage in with our community, and we agreed upon the salary range. But it was based on market as well as discussion in the meeting confer process with the SEIU Local 1021 union.
Okay, and I know if you don't have it, it's fine. I just want to know, like, were there, like, can you tell me like some other positions from surrounding cities, or where was the comparison to?
It was done about a year ago, so I would have to pull that information for you.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, I need a motion and a second.
We have a motion.
We just did that, and then okay, all right.
We have a
Then
motion.
roll
I'm
call.
sorry.
I second it.
No, a motion by Councilmember Jimenez. It was second by Councilmember Wilson. Yeah. Okay.
And third by Bana.
Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Bana.
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson.
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda. I mean, Vice Mayor Zepeda, sorry.
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Mayor and City Clerk, Mayor, if I may, before we move on to the next item, do you anticipate, so if we may be able to release staff for R4 and R5, do you anticipate we're just going to get through R3?
I believe so.
Okay, I'll release the respective staff.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Next item is item R.
We are just going to discuss this item. Okay.
Item R3 is to receive a presentation and provide direction to staff on the status of the capital improvement program, budget requests, new CPI requests, proposed citywide prioritization factors, and weighing system.
It looks like a carnival.
They are
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mayor Martinez, City
sir.
Council members. For the record, my name is Daniel Chaurrian, the Public Works Director, and with me tonight, I have Mr. Robert Armijo, Deputy Director of Public Works and City Engineer, Mr. Joseph Munoz, our Assistant Deputy Director, and also to answer the most difficult questions, we also brought our Associate Transportation Planner, Johnny Lockman, and our Capital Projects Manager, Darcy DeLashmut. Also, as a support, we have a consultant from CSW ST2, Mr. Robert Stevens, and as our relief pitcher, as always, Mr. Avinash Nadan, which is our finance manager in the finance department that provides support to our department. Oh, yes, yes. And sorry, also Mr. Charles Gerard, our port director, who also will answer the most difficult questions tonight. KCRT, please bring up the presentation. And we're going to try to make this presentation super extra fast, given the time. But believe me, we couldn't wait to be here tonight. We've been excited, drinking a lot of energy drinks back there. So if you see me a little bit jittery. So we're going to talk about the capital improvement program update, and with that, the recommended action, next please, is to receive a presentation and provide direction on the status of the capital improvement program, budget requests, new CIP requests, and on the citywide prioritization factors and weighting system. Out of all of that there, tonight we would love to discuss a lot the prioritization factors and weighting system, because it would allow us to bring you a list of all the projects in a way that you can see the different ratings, and then it will facilitate the decision making. Next, please. Tonight, we'll talk about the construction market update. That will be by Mr. Robert Stevens. Also, the capital improvement program update, CIP budget, shortfalls, and draft unfunded list, prioritization and scoring discussion, then the question and next steps, and remind the recommended action. Next, please. Mr. Stevens.
Thank you. Mayor, council members, my name is Robert Stevens. I'm with CSW, based here in lovely Richmond, California. So, as the city manager mentioned, we're entering a period of uncertainty. And uncertainty, especially in the construction economy, when planning capital improvement projects, can be complicated. And this graph that I have on the screen here represents 20 or some odd years of construction costs in the San Francisco and Los Angeles marketplace. The most important is the orange or yellow color, which represents the annual change in construction costs. And you can see that, when COVID happened, costs went way up. What's interesting is the average rate of inflation is a little bit less than 5% when you factor in COVID. If you don't factor in COVID, somewhere around 2.5% to 3%, something like that. But what I'd like to point out is the recession, the Great Recession of 2007 to 9. You can see that on the far left graph. You see that costs actually decreased considerably after the recession was over. And that's kind of an indicator of the construction economy, or a lot of city economies. We usually are lagging indicators when recessions occur because there's a lot of money surging through the economy. And then the money goes away, and then we feel the effects of that. So as the city manager mentioned, it's difficult to predict what's happening. But when we talk to the contractors in the industry today, they tell us material prices are high. They don't know what's going to happen in the future. Labor is short, although when I talk to a lot of folks that are working in the construction industry, they appear to not be able to find jobs. So I'm not sure what to make of that yet. But the point to make is we're going into a period of unknown, and care is really important. So when we think about predicting construction costs, it's going to be very difficult, and we need to use a lot of care in predicting what we're going to do in the next several years as we move forward. And I think that the city engineer and the public works director are going to tell us a little bit about that. So thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Next slide, please. We want to just show our federal grants information that you already received tonight, but in a different format. You'll see that out of the total amount of federal funds that the city has received, there's a big percentage or a big amount in the design phase. But the one that we want to emphasize is the bid and construction. Those are the ones that if we lose them, we would have to continue this process, right? We're talking about almost $10 billion. Next, please. We also want to remind you about our capital improvement program dashboard. That is in the city website, and specifically in Public Works. You can see the link in that on the screen, but also you can go through the city's website, look for Public Works, and under Public Works, you're going to look for the capital improvement program. Now, for those folks that they don't have a computer or don't have access, or they're not familiar, or they don't feel comfortable using the link or navigating in the city website, they can call the phone number 510-620-5509, 510-620-5509. And a live person, not a robot, will answer the phone and will go for them into this dashboard. There's not going to be any additional information, secret code to give information. They're going to give you exactly what they will see in the dashboard, but in a phone call. Or you can email engineering@ci.richmond.ca.us. Next one, please. Since we presented the programmatic approach back in November, and I know since then we have the new council members, and in that presentation, what the emphasis was to move out from planning everything based on CIP projects and more in a program approach that will end up in CIP projects, of course, but seeing the issues of the city as a programs, not CIPs. Since then, we reconvened a capital working group, which is formed by the different departments. We have held 2 meetings since then for discussions. We have compiled new forms for new requests for CIPs that adhere to the established budget development process. We have developed a weighted scoring system that we're going to present later in this later today. We have assigned Public Works Engineering and Operations Program leads, and we continue the review of the existing unfunded project request list to develop a draft funding recommendation list for consideration during the budget development process that starts in May. Tonight, we are not starting the budget season. We're not asking you to make decisions about one project or the other. We're just giving you general information that is going to provide you more context when the budget season starts next meeting. Next slide, please. Also, as a reminder of the programmatic approach, we have categorized the programs into 5 program categories: transportation, parks and recreation, general and public safety facilities, port, and water resource recovery. Under each of these program categories, there are different programs: the bicycle and pedestrian plan, the complete streets, neighborhood traffic calming, pavement management, safe route to school, sidewalk and ADA curb and streetlight, traffic safety, traffic signal, and the zero emission vehicle infrastructure. That's under all of that under transportation. On the parks and recreation, medium beautification, park and open space renovation, urban forestry. On the general and public safety facilities, building and facility improvements, encampment abatements, public safety improvements. Port of Richmond improvements, and finally, water resource recovery. We have 2, the sanitary sewer wastewater and the storm drainage and watershed. Now, you can see that some of these programs not necessarily are related with CIP projects. Some of them are related with operations, but they require funding on a regular basis to make the improvements to the city. Next slide, please. And this is, again, just reminding you the presentation back in November. These are the numbers, the estimates that we have at this point that are subject to change as we gather more information and we start this process. We get more progress in this process of every single one of these programs that I presented in the slide before. So if you take the programs that are non-enterprise, you're going to see a fully loaded estimate of over $87 million. And when we say fully loaded, we're including the direct costs plus a 1% grant management, 1.5% public art fund, 10% additional resources and operations and maintenance, and 10% escalation inflation. That 10% escalation inflation should have a big asterisk because that's what we presented back in November. Today, the reality of the market may bring that percentage a little bit higher. Now, under the enterprise category, the 2 programs that we have, port and water resource recovery, they add up to $11 million. So together, you can roughly say it's $100 million. And with that, I'll pass it to Mr. Charles Girard.
Mayor Martinez, City Council, Charles Girard, Port Director. Next slide, please. So we'll start with the most important category, the port. In February, we kicked off the facilities assessment project. In this project, we're engaging Moffett and Nickel and Lift Tech and other engineers. The project is focused on evaluating and assessing the condition of our aged wharfs, piers, and graving basins at Point Potrero Marine Terminal. There are 2 phases to the project. The first is really inspection and evaluation above and below and in between the basins. We appreciate Mayor Martinez interest in the project as well as his participation. And he spent about half a day with the engineers underneath the wharves looking at the stanchions and piles. So we're just finishing up tomorrow. We have the site on team for one more day. The second half of the project is engineering assessment and reporting on the conditions of the facilities. So the results of that, next slide, please. Yeah, the results of that reporting and analysis will highlight the condition of our wharves. It'll set priorities as we build plans for the port going forward. It will help us with grant applications, and it will be the first step in developing a more regular maintenance and repair program for the port assets.
Mayor Martinez and members of council, my name is Robert Armijo, Deputy Public Works Director and City Engineer for the record. Next slide, please. I'm going to try to expedite all of my comments so that we can get through the presentation quickly, so please forgive the brevity. So our capital improvement program currently entails 95 projects. 35 of those are transportation, 13 are parks and open space projects, 18 general and public safety facilities, 18 water resource recovery projects, and 11 port projects. Again, these correspond to the programmatic approach program allocations. So those are the different projects that we have in each category. We have completed 24 projects since we've been reporting to council. And they're in various stages of completion, but they're all substantially, at least substantially complete. And then many of them will be coming to council shortly in the form of a acceptance staff report. Next slide, please. Next, so I want to define some terms for council so that, and these become important later on in the presentation, just so that you understand what the different terms mean when we might mention those. So in terms of our programmatic approach, we're defining different project phases. So we have a pre-development phase, which is basically before a project's really been initiated or funded, but this is the phase where we might come up with very high-level scope definitions, very high-level cost estimates, and there may even be some preliminary analysis or feasibility work done. We have a planning phase. Planning phase would be a formalized process where we develop scope, budget, and schedule. There may be some environmental review done, some preliminary engineering, maybe up to 30% designs, and securing necessary project approvals from outside agencies. The next phase is the design phase, which is the phase where we prepare contract documents, meaning we'll prepare specifications, plans, and cost estimates, which is also known as PS&E. That gets us to basically 100% design where we can bid the project out, which leads us to our next phase, which is the bid and award phase, which is where we send out the bid documents and offer that up for competitive bidding on the open market. So I'll just point out that this phase, these phases that we have listed here can be as long or longer than the actual construction. So just so that the public knows that in order to get to the place where we're moving equipment around and mobilizing people, it can be an involved phase or an involved process in order to get a project ready for shovels. Next slide. So we're now on slide 14, which is probably what most people really would recognize, which is the construction portion of the project. So I think a lot of people understand the construction part. That's where things are actually being built. Engineering staff remains involved in the construction phase. There's construction and management that's happening at this point. Then once the project is complete, sometimes the phrase is known as substantially complete, then we start to get involved with final inspections, doing punch lists, walking the site with contractor to make sure that all the items are completed according to the plans and specs and to city standards. When the contractor is finally done, then we enter into the closeout phase where we collect final as-built drawings. So basically the drawings that we need for our final document as to what was actually built as compared to the design plans. City makes final payments, and any other final documentation like owner's manuals might be turned over. And then the very final step is final acceptance. This is the step where council takes a formal action to council, asking council to accept the project and take over the ownership of the project and begin basically the maintenance of the project. Next slide, please. Okay, so I will try to move even faster. So I'm just going to display all of the projects that we have completed. So these are the 24 projects that I mentioned previously. I'll just pick out one project. So the 6th, the McDonald Avenue traffic signal, that's the traffic signal that was flashing red for many years, and we have upgraded that traffic signal, and it's obviously working again. So it's better than it was before it was stopped working. Next slide, please. One of the recently completed projects was the grit and aeration replacement project. So we've been undergoing a very extensive upgrade of the wastewater treatment plant, and the grit and aeration replacement was a big part of that. That has gone a long way to significantly reducing odors at the wastewater treatment plant. Next slide, please. A lot of good projects here as well, but I will point out that Terminal 4 wharf removal project, which construction began when Daniel and I took over running the Public Works, and that project is now substantially complete. We're going through the punch list with the contractor now. So, but you can go out and see the site. The dilapidated wharf is completely gone. Next slide. So these are some major projects that we have under construction now. I would love to spend some time talking with you, but I'm just trying to expedite this. But here's three major projects that we have underway now. Next slide, please. Even more projects. I will point out that we're now in the pre-development phase of the project with the MLK Junior Center. So we're taking the old plans and plan to update those plans and get those ready so that the project can be shovel ready. Next slide. And that's the end of my portion. Joseph will now begin his part.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and council members. I am Joseph Munoz, for the record, Assistant Deputy Director of Public Works Engineering. Here we are showing a capital improvement program snapshot of the budget. Before we go into the details of shortfalls and new requests, the reality is we should also celebrate, what we have done. And what council has done has committed over $428 million of capital-related projects through transportation, parks and recreation, general and public safety facilities, water resource recovery, and port improvements throughout the city. Now, this number does include historical data, which is program-related, such as the paving program. But nonetheless, that is $428 million that helped our built environment. But as with any CIP project, we also have to discuss projects that are moving forward, whether it's a new phase that wasn't necessarily funded or identified shortfalls because of collaboration with sequencing and trying to do more for the project beyond what the grant was scoped. That approximately is $90 million, which is displayed. For those details, you can refer to attachment 1. Furthermore, we discussed unfunded project request lists back in November. Currently, we're at approximately $569 million in requests. That includes a portion of our programmatic approach. Now, those details you can outline in attachment 2 in further detail. And this, though, includes, when you think about it, all funding sources: general fund, grants, Measure J, gas tax, RMRA, impact fees, insurance reserves, stormwater, wastewater, port and marina funds. So that will be taken into consideration in a draft budget that you'll see in May. But nonetheless, these are requests that we will vet through our budgetary planning process and will be discussed at a later date. Overall, if you total columns C and D, you're looking at approximately $660 million rounded up. By the way, I forgot to say, ROM is rough order of magnitude estimate, and that was kind of highlighted too by Robert Stevens from CSW, talking about the market conditions which could alter these estimates moving forward. Next slide, please. So that takes us to the next step, which is the plan development. And so typically we have a 4-step process. We call for projects. That's when, back in November, we're talking about submitting sheets, going through our budgetary process that kicks off in January. And then there are times where council has mentioned, like, hey, where was the project that I've mentioned with the previous team? Or this list doesn't reflect necessarily what we've discussed. And that's essentially where we're trying to get to. And that list is a draft list, and we're working and moving forward. You can see that on attachment 2. And will continue to be worked on by our capital working group. Now, the focus, though, of today is really the ranking criteria. So now you have a list of projects, and you're asking yourself, well, how does the city move forward? What's the recommendation? Well, we need to go by a priority, and that priority will be displayed on the next slide of what we currently go through right now. But through the next process, once we get the recommendation, we present it to council, and from there, hopefully in June, we have a capital improvement plan that is adopted to move forward for the next fiscal year and have a plan for the next 5 years. Next slide, please. So this displays our current criteria. There's a lot happening here. That's why there's these display boards here that you guys can see, which we'll discuss shortly. But when you look at all these criteria, there's a lot of overlap, and rightfully so. Very important things that we need to consider when providing recommendations to council for what projects should move forward with. And then from there, we work with council to come up with a priority and eventually go to that adoption of a CIP plan. Now, so what did we do? Daniel mentioned earlier that we met a couple of times with the capital working group to kind of figure out how do we crosswalk this busy slide. Next slide, please. Without further ado, it's been about 2 years being requested by various council members, but we've came to a crosswalk that we're hoping simplifies the many methodologies that are outlined in the previous slide. And when we conducted that crosswalk, essentially, we were considering the council goals and priorities related to environment, economic development, quality of life, public health, safety and emergency preparedness, housing and access quality, equity, and other funding factors, including plan implementation, partnership, project readiness, and legal requirements. All in all, that's basically 10 factors. 10 factors for the capital working group to consider moving forward when analyzing those calls for projects that were mentioned in the previous slide. It's a 100-point system, and we basically crosswalked that and said, hey, in 100, if we were to put that through the 10, what our recommended scoring system would be and the weighted factors. So how would we use this? Next slide, please. So this is an example of a scoring implementation and also displays how we used to and currently display information to you guys. Essentially, we'll have a request, whether it's a shortfall request, a new CIP. And we would definitely follow our budget priority system. That's the ABC matrix that you saw earlier. We also want to identify if it's grant funded, so we can't put that in the front. But furthermore, we have our 6 strategic goals. But one is more important than the other, hard to say. And finally, you have your council criteria, which was recommended to us last year, around the same time. But again, the same thing there is health and safety more important than housing and facility? Also hard for us to determine. So if we had a 10-factor approach that was weighted, that crosswalked all the existing criteria, perhaps we can come to a scoring system that can be more easily read, digested by council, by staff, by everyone, and then we can actually prioritize based off that. Now, just because it's a higher score, it doesn't necessarily mean that's going to be our recommendation. The reason for that is certain projects align better with certain grants. The goal is to get the grant, even if the score maybe is lower, but aligns with the call for what that grant would essentially be more favored. It'll be favored to apply for a certain grant using that lower CIP score project. But that'll be explained as we go through the process. Or maybe there's funding availability that funding source can only be used for that type of project. You know, certain impact fees, certain, you know, Measure J funding, gas tax funding can only be used for certain types of projects. But nonetheless, it's a way for us to answer the question of why are you recommending this over the other? Why not this community center over that fire station? Why not this traffic safety project over this park project? So that would just be a way for us to better provide recommendations with council's guidance, of course. So where does that take us? The next slide. Of course, it's probably the first time you guys have seen this. We've brought some display boards you guys can put on your refrigerator. Hope you have a large refrigerator. But nonetheless, we're just asking, would you change the assigned weights to the evaluation criteria? Of course, you know, it's 1052. Of course, it'd be like, yes, Joseph, we agree. Highly doubtful, but hey, I can dream. So we move on to the next steps. So with that said, we have our next steps, which is to incorporate council's feedback here tonight, score the unfunded requests moving forward. But regardless, we'll still come up with the recommendations. We have to work in parallel with our system today. But this is all to add to that programmatic approach, by the way. So we just want to follow up on our November promise and continue to work on that. And then finally, we provide the CIP information to finance to develop essentially our budget, our draft budget for your consideration, and then hopefully adoption later in June. Next slide.
And with that, we just want to remind our recommended action, which is receive a presentation and provide direction on the status of the capital improvement program, budget requests, new CIP requests, and on the citywide prioritization factors and weighting system. Thank you.
All right. Do we have any public speakers?
We have 2 public speakers.
Let's hear them.
In-person speaker, Jamie Purcell. Okay, then we have 1 online speaker, Hope Dixon.
Hope, please unmute yourself and you may begin. Okay, I believe Hope may have left the meeting. Yeah, we're not getting a response from Hope.
Okay.
And that line speaker.
Okay, then public hearing is closed. Councilmember Robinson?
So,
5 minutes. Can we
yeah,
move
we
all
have,
the comments to next meeting?
yeah, we might need to go next meeting.
Very important, and we all have
I-
questions and comments.
Yeah, I agree. There's so much to do. I mean, we have status of capital improvement program, budget request, new CIP request, proposed citywide prioritization factors and weighting systems. There's way too much for us to discuss in 6 minutes. So we will continue at our next meeting.
Mayor, friendly reminder that at the May 6th meeting, the council will also receive a draft of the budget. So as required in the charter, I'll work with you to develop that, and we'll put some placeholder language in, pending the council consideration
Can I
of
make
a
a comment
criteria.
now then, just to inform that? So one of the things that I wanted to speak on tonight was Station 66. In the current CIP project list, it's listed as getting a restroom renovation. And I think that we all know that that building needs a lot more than a restroom renovation. And I would personally like to see that all of the issues get addressed rather than, it's been waiting for many years. And that we actually need to do a complete renovation, rebuild on that station to address all the issues. So I just don't want us to waste time on doing, kind of piecemeal things and then have to come back again in 5-10 years and we still have the same issues.
Councilmember Robinson, if I may, Mayor, through the chair, that's a really good point. And Public Works is working on an RFP for architects for fire stations, and that procuring architects that have a skill set focused and have worked on fire stations in the past is vital to us moving that work forward. So that's an administrative task that is in progress now.
Yeah, I just think that we need to change the scope of that particular line item.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And we can provide a better rough order of magnitude and things like that once we have an architect under contract.
I appreciate everyone's passion, but we don't have the time to, I could jump out and say a lot of things, and I'm sure that Claudia was ready to jump in and say something also. So, yes.
I just wanted to say.
I'm sorry, I was.
Thank you.
I was.
I like the graphics.
Just for clarification, this item will be continued to May 6th for council discussion only.
Yes.
Okay.
And maybe we need to have some meetings between now and May 6th so that when it comes back to council with recommended budget requests, that it's in the realm, that we don't have a lot of back and forth at the dais.
Microphone.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, just very quick, again, the most important part for us is being able to have city council feedback, not tonight, but city council feedback on the scoring. Right. Because once we define that, it's going to be easier for us to come and compare fire station versus fire station and give you a score, and then the city council make decisions based on that. And remember, there's many fire stations that need improvement, but you cannot have all the firefighters out of the stations, 5 of them at the same time. So it has to be planned, it has to be a sequence, because those fire stations have to be, they have to continue working while any remodeling happens.
The way that the action was written, it has so many things, so it would have been great if you can have said, like, receive recommendation about these and leave it like that. But yeah, let's do it.
Completely agree.
To Doria's point, I don't know how we can meet and maintain Brown.
I was meaning more like if we could set up meetings, that are in compliance with Brown Act to just, kind of give feedback to the team.
Individual meetings
Individual or small.
Does staff have enough time to meet with 7 council members? That's a big ask.
Yes, we will make time unless the council, and pardon me, Madam Clerk, unless the council would like to consider having a special meeting.
We could do that. Are council members amenable to having a special meeting?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Next Tuesday? Unbook it. What's that?
I second it's.
Can it be email related instead of having to meet if there's specific questions? Or is it?
I think we're trying to avoid having and city attorney, please jump in. I think we're trying to make sure that there isn't the perception there's a serial meeting.
It's only if we share with each other what each other spoke about, right? So maybe if we do groups of 2, and then we don't talk to anybody else?
I think she was suggesting that if you have specific questions, you go ahead and put them in writing and submit them to staff.
I think there's discussion too, that we can benefit from hearing what other what other council people's priorities and interests are.
Yeah, I've often found that other people's questions elicit questions from me that I hadn't thought of until I heard what the other person said.
And Mayor, if the council was so inclined, we could also, as was suggested, if the council wanted, is to receive a presentation and provide direction to staff on the status of the CIP program and just leave it at that, without all the other components, if you all wanted to have a conversation that wasn't focused on those things. So we could do either one.
Point of order, we're now out of order because the meeting is over. Meeting's over.
All right, so I guess.
We'll have to send an email.
I'm sorry?
Are you calling a special meeting?
We got rid of that idea.
That was the.
Because you always extend.
That was us who decided not to extend. So the meeting is over.
The mayor can decide to call a special meeting.
Yeah, let's work together to call a special meeting.
Okay.
Okay, the meeting is over.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council.